Oh, I wanted to get that. Yeah, sorry. All right, some people are there. All right. I'm feeling a little tired from traveling, I guess. But and also getting dressed down this morning by an investor. Um, which has made me try to rethink everything going on in Railtown. And uh, I get kind of bored saying, telling the same story over and over again. But that's where we are. We have no choice but to do that. Um, uh, you have a choice, as all investors do in Railtown. You can say that you have seen this before. You have, years of experience with ham type stocks. You've seen stocks trade before, and something's wrong here. You can say that there's something wrong here. And just intuition, something's wrong here. Okay, fine. It's valid. Feelings are valid. Instinct is valid. Um, Previous experiences are valid. All of that. It's all valid. I think it's meaningless here, respectfully, because there's two things. On the macro level, no one's been through AI before, this AI 2.0 before. We did the dot-com bomb phase, and we're continue to be in a stock market and real estate for the top 1%. If you own a house, you're doing great. If you own a stock account, you're doing great. Otherwise, get a job. So I think the macro, or maybe the I don't know, 6, 7, 8, 10, 15 years of the Fed pumps money, Wall Street invests in 7 stocks, and managers invest in 7 stocks, and there's a reinvestment in those stocks. Everything goes up because of those 7 stocks. Obviously, I'm being simplistic. And therefore, all the over-the-counters suck. They're dangerous. They don't go up. As soon as Ham promotes it, the shorts come in to sell it. As soon as Frank Benedetto comes in with his gravelly voice and I'm buying it, of course, it's Sam's clients, and it goes up, they come in and sell it down. So that must be what's going on here with Railtown. Okay. I mean, that's part of it. That's part of the blowback. uh, uh, and the company doesn't talk to me. I get no information. So I have sort of some investors I speak with, but the company doesn't talk with me. So I don't have any information that's special or can ease anybody's mind. And I don't know what else to say about the macro. It's been at least 15 years, probably much longer, that over-the-counter stocks are destroyed. And the goofballs at the over-the-counter exchange have big smiles on their face. And you know the whole reason why. I sat with one of the I'm not going to define it better, one of the very top guys at Legg Mason over the weekend. Not sure he remembered me, but I remembered him from many interactions. He's in his 80s now. But, I told him I asked him, what do you think about the short selling and all that? I'd like to fight short selling. He said, you don't want to get involved with short selling. I said, no, I want to fight it. He said, it's just the quality of people. You don't want to get down in there with them. And I said, but something should be done. He said twice he said it. I'd find something else to do. Because there's you can't fight it. The whole system's set up that way. And managed money doesn't get involved. Small stocks are verboten for investors. So one of the arguments I get very strongly, where are the buyers? Where are the buyers? If there's revenue there, why aren't the buyers there? They're not in there, something smells. Okay. Well, a lot of the buyers can't come into this stock, in my judgment. Of course, what's my judgment worth when there's decades of experience and every low price stock gets destroyed. But a lot of the institutional buyers, and that includes family offices, mutual funds, ETFs, retirement funds, managed accounts, venture capitalists, any large pool of money run by a group of, or one, people on behalf of those investors, almost none can buy a stock under $1. I don't, I was never strictly an institutional, do they call them brokers anymore? But I had institutional accounts and I'm just not interested. There's no escape from a bad trade, which maybe applies here if you're feeling the stress. But they're manipulated and you get fired. And so it's built into the mandate. Don't invest in stocks under $5, under $1 billion in market cap. So that buying makes sense to me. That buying's not here. Makes sense to me. But it doesn't make sense when you're angry. Damn it, where is it took 10 months to get that news, and where's the pent-up buying? Well, some of that buying doesn't come in. So where are the whales? Where are the individual buyers? Well, I think a lot of the whales involved in this space, even if they have a lot of money, probably are maxed out. Or they want the same reassurance that keeps you from buying more stock. So it's just human. The investment rules work and stock charts work because human emotion and experience, the whole psychology is always the same. It just doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you're smart, doesn't matter if you've had experience, you're a human being. And when you invest, you follow certain patterns. And the criminals know this. This is why they just relentlessly sell, because they know eventually people throw in the towel and go to the next shiny story. I'm trying to think what else is negative. So I've gone over, and we'll go over it more, but the negatives basically are this. Something's wrong. The stock's down. I've been doing this for years. Therefore, my gut's telling me something's wrong. Where is the buying? And where are the revenues? If the revenues are so great, why isn't the stock already up? Let me think if I know anything else. Remember anything else from the feedback I get from investors. I haven't heard this recently. I heard it 2 weeks ago. If we waited all these months for that news story, what kind of guys are they? Do they know what they're doing? Those kind of questions. All right, I'm going to try to take the other side. Maybe there's other negative things which you guys can point out. Those are kind of the ones I remember as I'm talking right now. I'm going to try to take the other side of it because I believe in the other side of it. And I think if you sell here, you're going to regret it. And I think you'll feel terribly as the stock goes up rapidly sometime in the future. Yeah. I was going to read you a short excerpt, but I forgot. I think I left the book over there. Anyway. So why am I'm going through it with you. I'm tired of saying the same thing. I cannot talk to the company. Nobody gives me information. I guess I'm persona non grata or something. Maybe it's because they figure I'm talking to a bunch of investors, therefore they can't talk to me. One guy can talk to, anyway, I'll leave it alone. I have my own angst and frustrations, don't get me wrong. But to convert this story, the Railtown story, into a stock trade, and I've seen this before, I've seen how prices are. Most investors are now flat, all that stuff. Railtown's not that kind of stock. It's just not that kind of stock. So we're scarred by trading in the low price area, and so we have these reactions. This is a Canadian stock. Well, it's not trading over $1 there either. Well, that's true. But what happens on the over-the-counter is irrelevant to this stock, in my judgment. I could be wrong. Uh, I think it's a story of Canadian investors, Canadian buyers, Canadian sellers. And I know shorts destroy companies up in Canada, but I don't believe they're here. Well, we don't know. In Railtown in Canada, I don't think they're there, but we don't know for sure, I suppose. I think right now Railtown is captured by the attorneys. And I don't think Canadians treat things the way New Yorkers do. I really don't. They're nice, they're polite, they work hard, they're successful, but there's none of that, brutal, rude efficiency. Yeah, move along, move along. Do you want it or do you not? Yeah, it's nice weather, but what do you want? Onions? Cheese? They're not like that in Canada. Oh, how are you feeling? Great. Yeah, it's nice weather, eh? Yeah, my dog had a great walk. Oh, what happened? It's just different in Canada. Secondly, I already said, I think the lawyers are in charge here. They're Canadian. My guess is many of them are female. Things slow down, slow way down, no urgency at all. Hey, I'm doing everything. I got to get the kids to school. I've got to build in some time for my life. I'll come in at 9:30. I'll leave at 5:30, but I'm not staying late. That kind of thing. So you've got a different culture. Oh, that culture is here now too, at the IRS, for example, taking forever with things they do. What is it? What do I mean by the attorneys and why I think it's important? I think the attorneys are doing everything by the book. And I think the company, as much as they want to fight it, the delays, the company is beholden to what the attorneys say. This is what you got to do. This is the process. This is how you file it. You've got to have this document, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Secondly, to the extent that there's regulatory bodies involved, I think it's bureaucracy, and bureaucrats are slow, very slow. They don't approve things. They're not motivated in the same way as business women and businessmen are. I also think if Railtown, conceptually anyway, if Railtown was sort of husbanding or squirreling away its potential revenue announcements, because they needed to get the AIP deal announced. Well, by the way, the AIP deal is not done yet, as far as the public knows. So if that's a predicate for buying, if there were non-disclosure agreements and other arrangements made, we're going to share this information with you, but you cannot trade till this is made public. Maybe those are still in place. I don't know. But if you move a revenue deal too far down the road, you got to announce it. maybe, and I can't personally see why that would be bad, but maybe they wanted to make sure they got the AIP deal done. Now, they announced 4 revenue deals prior to the AIP deal being done, but they didn't put any revenue in them. The deal they announced the day of the AIP deal, they didn't put any revenue in it. Why is that? I don't know, but it may be. I think it would strengthen the case for Railtown to have revenues announced when they negotiate with AIP. But there may be some other legal reason I cannot think of it, but there may be one to delay news until after the AIP announcement is finalized. And we went through that hell. All lawyers, attorney. We went through that hell. Now, 12 days ago, I guess, they announced it, but it was an incomplete announcement. It is not finalized. So are we still in a limbo? I don't know. I don't speak to anybody with the company. I assume we are in some sort of limbo because that's not finalized. But let's assume for some reason the company decided to collect hot leads, let's call them, people that were companies that were ready to sign revenue deals, but they didn't quite want to bring it to a conclusion pending this AIP deal. And again, I'm not imaginative enough to find out why an attorney's point of view would override the business woman's point of view or man's point of view to just get the deals done. I guess one logical one would be you don't know how many shares are outstanding. So if your deal is based on some sort of I don't know how many of those deals would be done that way, where Railtown offers shares. Maybe none. I don't know. I cannot think of why. But if you accept my premise that maybe the company collected these hot leads ready to sign, but didn't want to release it because they had to wait till the AIP release was done. And I would think this is an attorney-led thing. I'm not an attorney. Thank God I'm not an attorney. Could you imagine living your life limited in thought that way? My brother's an attorney. My sister's an attorney. I'm not picking on attorneys, but I'm just glad I'm not one. So how quickly from the half announcement, the 3/4 announcement that Railtown acquired AIP, how quickly is it reasonable to expect that those hot leads in the hopper are converted to revenue? Or if they were already, why isn't it being announced? How quickly? Something's wrong. Something smells. Well, I don't know the answer to it. But remember, it's Canada. Remember, last Monday was Canadian Thanksgiving. So probably, just like in America, but more so, Canadians took off the Friday, obviously took off the Monday, and may have taken off the Tuesday. So you have this big block of holiday. They announced the deal on Wednesday. Thursday, people are around getting ready for their vacay. They go away. They come back on Tuesday, tired, strolling in. So they get started Wednesday last week and nothing. We have no news. None. So something's wrong. Something smells. I would argue that looking at it like there were, it was 12 days ago. I would argue really it was realistically when people were at work about 3 or 4 trading days ago. Now, Railtown could be working full on, but are the companies they're doing business with, are those CEOs in the office? Are those salesmen and women in the office? I would argue that last week was a half week at best. And that's just how it is. It's just life. Sucks. It really sucks. What if deals, revenue deals that Corey and Marwan are just hot to book and move forward and announce, let's get going, let's get going, let's get going. What if they announce that they kind of, sort of, you know, in a way, we acquired AIP. They announced that 2 Wednesdays ago. All pending shareholder approval and 5 or 6 conditions. So we really haven't bought it yet, but we got to announce it. Our attorneys tell we got to put it out there. So we did. And now we've got to follow procedure. We got to get a shareholder vote. And then after that, we probably have to go to our attorneys again before we can release that we actually bought it. And we got to get it all blue ink and documented and notarized and, you know, whatever the attorneys say. So they did that 2 Wednesdays ago. Thursday, and they had a revenue deal they announced, but they didn't discuss revenue. Thursday, maybe people were returning phone calls. Maybe they could talk to people. But the company was probably manning the phones, talking to people. Why is the stock down? Friday, travel day. Monday day holiday, Tuesday probably travel day. So last week you had Wednesday, Thursday, but Friday becomes half day again. And here we are Monday. Where are the revenues? Where is the news? Where? Well, what if it comes down to signatures? What if it comes down to CEOs and team leaders and sales regional directors and what all need to sign off on agreements? What if they push the pedal to the metal to start this process of booking agreements and hopefully being able to announce revenue, and they find out they're waiting for a bunch of Canadians to sign documents? Well, you know, we'll get to it, you know, my brother asked me to go snowmobiling, and we're going up to Winnipeg, and we'll get back to it. You know, there's no computers up there. There's no internet. So, when we get back, we'll do it. I don't know. So, my proposal to you is that it's not easy being cheesy. It's not easy to get the signatures. That's my suggestion to you. What do I mean by signatures? Votes, agreements, attorneys talking to attorneys. What about this clause in our deal and that clause? Well, we'll get back to you. Susan's, you know what? She's out on vacation with her husband and kids, and they'll be back, eh? Guys and girls, attorneys have zero urgency in our context. Zero. So I would suggest to you, and maybe I'm just believing my own bullshit, but I would suggest to you that the week of the announcement, that was kind of half an announcement, because AIP has not been publicly disclosed as being fully acquired yet. That week, I would imagine very little got done. They announced one deal without revenue. Ho hum. You guys don't understand it. What does it mean to have a 30-year-old company sign you up? They have 3,000 corporate clients, and they're all going to, they didn't explain this. Are they all going to use Railtown's tools, or is it going to be heavily promoted? But even a portion of them use it. What does it mean to revenue? You don't know. I don't know. But for some reason, I can only imagine it's compliance attorneys. They don't talk about revenue. It may be as simple as the AIP deal is not finalized. I don't know what it is. But I would say that week, nothing got done. Last week, I really think you're only looking at maybe late Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday, Thursday, maybe Friday morning to push things across the finish line in terms of getting approvals. Remember, if Corey's team is talking to some podunk company that they're going to do a revenue deal with, it goes to the attorneys on both sides. It goes for signature. It goes for emails. It goes for blue ink. It maybe goes on one of those computerized signs, but it might have to be blue ink, so it has to be FedEx there and back. And everybody in Canada takes vacations, eh? It's 3-day. It's the land of the 3-day work week, eh? So I just imagine that ramping up revenue deals is like hitting your gas pedal at the green light when there's water in your fuel line. Ain't happening right away. But when it does kick in, if the water is not too severe, all of a sudden with a sputter and a lurch and a back and forth, you put it into neutral and rev the engine, and you're rolling through the intersection. All of a sudden the engine comes to life. You put it into second gear and you bolt quickly to third, fourth, fifth if you have it, and you're booking down the highway. That's what I think. I think there's a lag to moving hot leads into signed deals into announcements. And it all comes down to attorneys and Canadians signing documents, which it's not New York City up in Canada. It just isn't. Does it mean there's something wrong? I don't think so. Well, why aren't we seeing the AIP revenues? If they're there, well, I showed you. I'm not going to do it right now, but I showed you the AIP company, the network. It's verifiable that those 180 companies have revenue. It's verifiable. You can go to the website, as I showed you twice. You can get the names. You can ask Google, does such and such AI company have revenue? Sometimes it comes up less than 5 million. Sometimes it comes up with nothing. But most of the times, it comes up, tells you what the revenue is. Private company, they tell you. So we know there's revenue there in the AIP network of companies. We know that instead of going public themselves, all by their own sum, they decided to ask Railtown to buy them. We know they signed a deal, apparently, where they only get 20%. Well, they can earn 22.5% of the company. They didn't do it 50-50. So why did they do it? It's not because Railtown sucks. It's not because Railtown has no revenue. It's not because Railtown won't have kick-ass revenue. Exactly the opposite. Well, there's something wrong. Been doing this a long time. The stock's not true. Where are the buyers? Where are the revenue announcements? Why aren't they announcing? Well, let me tell you something. Even if there were a revenue announcement today or tomorrow, the stock wouldn't go up. It wouldn't go up unless it's a big-ass revenue announcement. Most of you won't know the companies. I don't. So it's going to be meaningless. Let me just, I think I went through my reasons why the delay is plausible. I want to shift to what is the company, what is the real goal of this company? To placate us? To watch the stock price every day? To update retail? Even update the institutional clients? Which I hope they're doing that. What is the objective of Railtown right now? Me? Talk to me? Hell no, they don't do it. Railtown's one and only goal, if they're being well run, is to go from 0 in revenue per their last the year end, I guess, for them, to 150 million in projected revenue as quickly as possible. That's their goal. There is no other goal. There is no other goal. And if we can't deal with it, lump it is probably their attitude. I don't know. But they have so much energy a day, so much men and female power. They have only so many phone calls they can make, so many people they can visit. If their choice is between putting out a meaningless press release, and every press release they've put out so far have been meaningless in terms of stock price. But remember, attorneys, a good attorney, she's going to line up the news so one brick, it's like building a wall. First brick, second brick, third brick, fourth brick, and eventually you have the wall, and then you can put the weight of the company on it. But her goal is not about getting the stock price to move, nor is her goal to do it quickly. Her goal is to get it done properly so you can put the house on top of the wall. It's life. So what's in it for you? Ham says there's free money in GDC. I could go trade G-Bucks. It's cheap. It's down to 19 cents. I could go put my money in Finger. Ham says that's going to 3,000. It's under $1. It's $1.47. So why should I be in Railtown? I guess I can say it as often as I say it, but unless you see news, there's something wrong with my information. Railtown started its engine, its machine, its software 6 years ago. They've been working on it. They have teams, they have developers. They've been working on it for 5.5 years. They have customers. They have, according to Corey Brandolini in a publicly presented video, they have a wide beta test group. They got a lot of feedback. I guess they still do from that beta test group. They're, by my count, I think they're in the 4th iteration of their products, which are self-learning. So their products are battle tested. Unlike a lot of AI companies coming up with an idea, let's go get funding, then we can create it like this, and then we can go see if it works, and we can see if we can get customers. They have a battle tested product. They are commercializing the product. It got interrupted by the acquisition of AIP. And I'm sorry to pick on attorneys, but attorneys, it's a time warp. It's just a different experience. But that did get announced 12 days ago, but it wasn't a full announcement. The deal's not done, as far as we know. So are there NDAs, are there agreements not to trade until the deal's done? Is Canaccord Genuity locked up until the deal's done before they can start talking to their investors and put out research reports? Who the hell knows? But what's in it for you is Railtown does not have to show that they have achieved revenue looking backwards. They do not have to tell you, and I think we're now in their first quarter, fiscal first quarter. They do not have to tell you their first quarter is full of revenues. They don't have to do that. What they have to do is say, we signed this agreement, we signed that agreement, we signed that agreement, we signed that agreement, we signed that agreement. And it's going to lead to revenues. Hopefully they can start talking about how much. It's going to lead to revenues over the next 12 months of $10 million. This one's going to give us revenue over the next 12 months of $15 million. This one will give us revenue of $2.5 million over the next 12 months. And then you have people that are less impatient than we are, less scarred, less emotionally battered. Look at it, write a report. Whether it's a public report, like Research Capital, or it's internal at a family office, they take the 5-year view, the 10-year view. We take, because our guts, our intuition, our late night thoughts, we take the 6-hour view. Oh, this is painful. Where's the buying? If there's so much revenue, why isn't the stock up? I think there's a lot of buyers out there that haven't even heard the story fully yet. I don't know what to call it. The period from February 11th until 2 Wednesdays ago, nobody could talk about the company. And it's a slow process. On the company side, there's only a handful of people manning the phones and manning the airplanes and the Zoom calls. There's been no help yet from a research firm. There's been no help yet from a sales firm. So it takes a little while to gear that up. Yeah, but where's the announcements if there's all these revenues? Where are those announcements? Guys, it's Canada. People don't come to work early and stay late. Some do. I'm sure they're doing it at Railtown. It's a different world. It's not New York City. It's not a law firm in Washington, D.C. It's not Palo Alto. So for me, it's damnable, but I don't think anything in this process since the half announcement 2 Wednesdays ago is all that surprising. I would have thought the stock is up. I thought it'd be up to $1.50 last week, but there were no news announcements last week. And that's, that sounds contradictory. Any one particular news announcement, the stock may not go up, but maybe it's after 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 more, the stock pops up. There's going to be an intersection of news and conversations with big investors. And those investors are looking at a lot of deals. How do they prioritize which deal do they invest in and spend their time on? Probably the stock that's in a private equity chain that, hey, if you don't circle your interest, we're going to give it to somebody else. It's 1:42, and it's obvious there'll be no news today. Probably the way it feels, there'll be no news tomorrow. Will there be news Wednesday? Maybe. But it's Railtown, it's Canada, so let's just assume there's no news this week so we can live our lives. What does that take us to in the calendar? Let's just assume there's no news for the next 2 weeks. And it's going to be November before we get news. Where does that leave us? I think the stock looks like it's trading very well. As I tried to explain, although it wasn't a perfect analogy, I think Friday's action was the key reversal, the capitulation, the lows. It wasn't a perfect analogy, but you have to stretch your interpretations, because if every single stock traded exactly like the patterns show up in the book, you'd all be trading with Tony Two Shoes or Lion of all trades. I'm not picking on them, but if you're short-term money, you'd be trading with them. The final thing that I want to say on this opening, I'll come back to it. You don't want to hear it. You won't accept it. But what Wall Street does they've gotten rid of the competition from the over-the-counter market in the NASDAQ market. They put an ineffectual woman in charge of NASDAQ, and they put a clown in charge of the over-the-counter markets. They are not competition for capital formation to Wall Street. Wall Street now, if you went to the right school, joined the right fraternity, trained at the right firm, Wall Street now picks, anoints who's going to be the next Facebook. They tried to do that with that woman, Bad Blood, I think was the name of the book, Elizabeth Holmes. They did it with these other mostly men, and they will provide the pre-seed funding, the seed funding. They always change these names every decade, so you're confused. The Series A funding, the Series B funding, the Series C funding, the Series D, Series E, and then it'll be IPO'd and it'll end up in your retirement account. They did this with Facebook. Now, Facebook has since gone to spectacular highs, but they found Zuckerberg. They funded each stage of the way. To my memory, they were going to take the stock public in the low 20s, and everybody wanted it, so they did it at $38. It got stuffed into every retail account on the planet and some institutions. And what happened? It collapsed. I think it went to 18 bucks. I'm doing it by memory. Well, that's the daisy chain of Wall Street. By the time they've taken their fees out every step of the way, given their friends at venture capital firms, at family offices, at mutual funds, at VC firms, as they've given their friends the opportunity to invest, and they create valuation, and they bring it up, they stuff it on the public at the highest price possible. They take the first 10, 20, 30, 40x, 50x, 100x, depending on where they started in the valuation daisy chain. They take it all inside Wall Street's maw. And the public doesn't even have an opportunity to invest unless they do it via, some sort of fund. But if you're not accredited, you don't see the special funds. You just see some crap with a brochure that you have a chance to get in on. That's after all the X's, all the fees. But the beauty of it is they are not subject to short selling. They're not subject to the crappy over-the-counter market or the shitty NASDAQ market. They avoid all that. So they can come up with their own valuation. Well, we just did a round, like the one competitor to Railtown, which I'm given the story, but I'm never given the name of the company. But it's got a similar product, but it's early in its development, and it's limited to one language. It's not universal. But they being the Wall Street series, probably Series B or C, they raised $100 million at $1.1 billion valuation. Now you can read about it and you say, there's a real company. They've got revenues. Those are smart men and women giving that valuation. What the hell's happening to Railtown? Well, they're not interested. They're not booking it for themselves or their friend. They can't fleece fees off of it. So they pay attention to the deals in the daisy chain, in the circle jerk. But what does that give you? What does it give you? It gives you an opportunity to buy Railtown, my opinion, at least seed valuation, probably pre-seed valuation, if you can stand it. The price you pay is your emotions and time. But guess what? All those deals they do involve time and lack of liquidity. But the price you pay is getting in before the geniuses who manage your money on Wall Street start turning their eyes to Railtown. So that company, whatever their name is, raised $100 million at $1.1 billion at market cap. Railtown is SOC2 certified. It is first to market. It is best in class, verified possibly by the fact that John Ruffalo, Mike Norbrega, and Dr. Tom Core asked Railtown to buy them. They didn't do it because they were nice guys. It's Conductor. It is in the commercial stage. Maybe Railtown's the one exception. But there are no companies in the AI 2.0 space with those parameters in the middle of an arms race to buy companies that are first to market, proprietary, with customers, best in market. There's an arms race to buy them. There's no company out there valued at less than $1 billion. Railtown. Well, why is it? They haven't been able to tell the story since they met. What is it, Arthur? We were so happy once. What happened to us? And then we met. From February, they haven't been able to pitch their woo at all. They can do it behind the scenes, but they haven't been able to go full on raising money. So the stock languishes under $1. And on top of that, twice they've put MOU in their headlines. The computers start selling. The markets are corrupt. There's nothing normal about it. So don't tell me with one set of eyeballs that the markets are corrupt and you can't trust these numbers like GDC is free money. And then with another set of eyeballs that the market is telling you something at 44 cents with Railtown that you have to believe. I'm sorry it's this way. You should be able to rely on the markets, but you can't. If Railtown were a private company, I don't know if they would have the opportunity to buy AIP, but if they were a private company, it's very likely at Madison Dearborn or Kleiner Perkins or the Morgan Stanley AI 2.0 Bus Trust Fund, 100 million be raised. They'd be stuffed in the category at 1.1 billion. And then the portfolio clients, they'd start bringing portfolio clients to merge in. Fees. It's highly competitive. but it's not offered to retail. So what's in it? You can buy it the pre-seed seed round. You can do it. So why isn't it already up? I want it up. I want it up. They just announced it. Something that I smell something. Where are the revenues? Where are the buyers? Something's wrong. Well, I've already told you, I think half of the time from that quasi news release was wasted on Canadian vacation. Certainly getting signatures became problematic probably for attorneys and shareholder votes and etc. We're past that now, but remember, holidays are coming up again, so hopefully they'll get to work. But you're able to buy this stock right now. You know that they are going to acquire AIP. It's not formalized yet, but there's no hurdles to that. All the founders agreed to it, obviously. So you know that. You know the company's gag has been lifted off of their ability to tell the story. So one can presume that the top guys, there is a woman involved, but I don't know if she's right at the top. But the men and women that run Railtown can get out on the road and start telling their story. I would imagine that Canaccord Genuity, once the AIP deal is formally announced, they can start putting out research and having their sales force tell the story. So at some point here, with the right revenue announcement or the right series of revenue announcements combined with telling the story, it's going to catch purchase. And the stock will be up fairly quickly. And ironically, as it crosses $1, $2, $3, $5, $6, $7, that's when institutional buying will come in. I'm going to go to your comments, but if you assume that Railtown goes to 1.1 billion US, which, you know, maybe you should use Canadian, and you use today the last price right now of 44.18, that's the problem. I don't know how many shares were outstanding. And I don't know how to net out what they raised on the. Let's just use last night's valuation. 84 market cap, 84.69, 84.69. It's a 13 times valuation, 12.9885. So you can get 13x when Railtown gets to its $1 billion maiden valuation. If it were in the private equity pipeline on Wall Street, you wouldn't even have a chance to get in at these prices. They would keep the 13x inside of their machine. What's the pain? Well, I don't get it. They made the announcement. Well, did they really? Well, there should be buying. Should there really? If there's revenues lined up, where are they? Well, you gotta You got to get the deal signed. You got to get the agreement hashed out. Well, it's been 10 months. Why didn't they already have that ready? Frankly, I don't know, but I imagine there was a lot of negotiating on the way to their horizon. And I mean, it looks to me, my eyes, that the negotiation on AIP was a bear. That was one of the most complicated clawback agreements. To me, it's obvious that AIP wanted more. Railtown didn't want to give it up, so they compromised. There was a load of compromising. Anyway, I would prefer the stock up. I wish I had 10 grand to buy more, but I don't. If I had money, I'd be putting it all in here. I think Friday was the cataclysmic I give up day. Somebody or more than one person just said, screw it. And then the shorts used that like a whipsaw to punish. But I think that was it. I don't know when news, no one talks to me. I have absolutely no idea when news will come out. I imagine let me put it this way. If it were New York City, news would be coming out this week. And I would imagine there was news that was ready to go last week. So if it were New York City, I bet they'd have 1, 2, 3 news announcements already out this morning. But it's not, it's Canada. It's Canada. So we got to live in the environment that we're in. But what's the flip side of that? The good news is we can buy the stock at the pre-seed or the seed valuation. That's the good news. And when it gets to $1.1 billion, we make 13x instead of Madison Dearborn or Malam or Fidelity's group of 35-year-olds that all went to wherever. It all went out with Mindy. The volume is 53,000 now, which I don't, I kind of think that's a low volume, which to me means the shorts are not here. They can always come back. We're up 5% only. The high on the day was almost 47 cents, 4,695. Up in Canada, the stock had more volume this morning. Let me just check where it is now. It doesn't matter where you go. Everything's a picture of women. Investors are all female, which is true. The majority of investable wealth is controlled by women. I'm just thinking of the symbol I need to use. Okay. So Railtown in Canada is up 15%. And the volume, I'm sure this is a delayed volume. The volume is 79,710, which is pretty good. So I think the Canadian stock price is showing strength. Obviously, it's little recompense because it came down from, I don't know what, 84 cents or something. I'm just looking, there's no news. On this, I'm not able to get the, oh, here. I guess I do get it. This unknown firm is the bid. Desjardins, the Gardens Securities, is bidding for 10,000. Sounds like a short to me. And then the ask is TD Securities, who also could be representing shorts, I suppose. There's 10,000 on the bid in Canada. I don't know. I don't know who Desjardins is. The last trade, the buyer was CIBC World Markets, and the seller was Raymond James. That's odd. I don't know why I didn't know that Raymond James was in the short business. But some of the market maker names were bought by short sellers, so I don't know. I don't know if that's really Raymond James at all. The previous trade, the buyer was CIBC World Markets, Raymond James seller. Same again for the previous. And then 4 trades ago, CIBC was the buyer and the seller is anonymous. So there's a short. That's not what you think it is. That's coffee. All right, let's go down your questions. I'd like to show you one media thing, but I'll lose the comments. By the way, I didn't update the total because I was traveling and I just didn't get to it. But I'll do that before the next live. Hey Gary, all is good. Upa, Pete the Greek, Matthew Mall, Hope, all is well. Cheers. JJ Jackson, arm wrestling. Hola. Hola, my good friend. Cinco de Mayo is on Tuesday, and I'd hoped to see you by then. You killed my brother. You stabbed him 6 times in the back. Let's see if I remember those lyrics properly. I don't know how to spell in English. How do I spell in Spanish? Buenas tardes, amigo. Hola, my good friend. Cinco de Mayo's on Tuesday, and I'd hoped we'd see each other again. You killed my brother last winter. You shot him 3 times in the back. In the night, I still hear Mama weeping. Oh, Mama still dresses in black. I looked at every fiesta. For you, I wanted to greet. Maybe I'd sell you a chicken with poison interlaced with the meat. You look like my brother. Mama loved him the best. He was head honcho with the ladies. Mama always said he was blessed. The village all gathered around him. They couldn't believe what they saw. I said it was you that had killed him, and that I'd find you and upstand the law. The music really goes into the people of the village believed me. Mama, she wanted revenge. I told her I'd see that she was honored. I'd find you and put you to death. It's a song, Google. It's a song you do. And then the music comes in. So now that I have found you, on this such a joyous day, I tell you, it was me who killed him. But the truth I'll never have to say. Buenas tardes, amigo. Hola, my good friend. Cinco de Mayo's on Tuesday, and I'd hoped we'd see each other again. Yes, I hoped we'd see each other again. I hoped we'd see each other again. Yeah. All right. Hey, Fast Eddie. Good day. Steve, hi, Uncle Bill. I'm ready for 72. Well, here's the thing. This pain is getting us thinking like trading again. It's like, oh, there's something wrong. Oh, this is another Benedetto beauty. We're thinking like that. We can't think like that. The company is focused on revenue. The company is focused on being bought out, my opinion. The company is going to be bought out. And you shouldn't sell at 72. You shouldn't care about 72. I mean, you should. I understand. It's fun. And 72, I actually think that at 63, around there, it'll break out. And then we're at 120, 125. But we have to resist the urge to see this investment as a trading vehicle. That we are that pipeline that Wall Street normally takes. A Zuckerberg tells them, if you steal that idea from your dorm room, we'll back you and we'll make you one of the geeky rich guys. Now there's a whole new set of wealth being created in the AI space. So I'm looking forward to 72. That would be great. But Steve, the stock should be $7.20. You You killed my brother. Just taking 13 times today's price, it's $5.72. So 72 might make you feel good, make me feel good, but it's just the beginning of the success that's ahead here. And I think the company's focused on revenue. And I think the attorneys, as much as I've just spent time frustrated with the attorneys, I think the attorney's mission is to make sure the documents are strong so that when, let's say it's Microsoft, comes and buys the company early next year for $15 billion, $25 billion, that's with a B, everything is in place. Would it be later? Look, the reason I think the buyout's going to come quickly is because all parties, Microsoft, if it is, or NVIDIA, or AMD, or Amazon, they need help. Amazon needs help fixing bugs in its software. If they want to join the arms race, that's what a race is. You got to bolt out of the blocks. You got to sprint immediately. You got to go from 0 to 85 in 35 seconds or less. So I think the buyers want to do it quickly while the valuations in this mania are affordable. But I think the sellers want to get it done quickly too, because who knows what happens next year. Next year, AOC could be running for president and takes the lead, and Europe has fallen and Taiwan is gone. I don't know, anything could happen. So I actually believe, Steve, as much as earlier on I keep saying, well, it'll be 8, 9 months, 18 months, 24 months, which it could be, by the way, it could be. I actually think from both sides of the equation, Railtown and whoever buys them, they'll want to do it more quickly than not. Of course, the issue is price. The issue is price. I don't think Railtown's going to want to leave money on the table for NVIDIA. I think Railtown's going to want to pick up all they can pick up. The other reason Railtown would want to sign up with maybe a Microsoft is Microsoft has a huge sales network and developer network already. So if Conductor is going to go claim the beach, the marketing ability and money behind Facebook might be the way to go. But it could be another company. It could be Amazon. It could be Stax Records could come in and do it. Donna M. Good afternoon. MM. Up nicely, then hammered down, short stop. Well, it's also trading, MM. Yes, that's the pattern. Very observant, experienced trader points out to me almost every day that they get it up in the morning and then they hammer it down. But if you had computers, MM, that you just had to set to sell, and you owned the market makers, and you colluded with other traders out there, communicated with them, and you owned the attorneys, you owned Congress, you owned the regulators. Every time retail ran up a stock, you'd sell it down. And remember, your goal as a short is different than retail's goal. Let's just assume I'm right on Railtown. Miracle of miracles, I'm right. And the stock should be $5 or $6 today. That doesn't enter into the thoughts of the shorts or the day traders. They just need to be correct for the next 5 minutes, the next half an hour, the next 6 hours. So if they can force it down, if it's up during the day, and then they can force it down, MM. I mean, on the American, on the OTC, it's 55,000 shares. There's not much today, but even if they can get 50,000 shares from the high at 47, cover at 44, that's $1,500. I think it is. Let me make sure it is. Well, yeah, $1,500. It's better than digging ditches. And then you do it with your computers across 1,000 companies. No one enforces the laws. And that's why institutions don't necessarily buy down there. And they'd rather pay more because they don't want to explain it to their boss. If Valerie loved the story so much and she went in and bought it right now, and then the stock for 3 months has been down, back and forth, her boss calls her in, and Ann says to Valerie, "What the hell are you doing? 90 days, our money's been dead. In fact, it's down." "Well, I thought you thought. We didn't hire you to think. We hired you to do the follow the rules. It says here, right here, rule number 3, don't buy a stock under $1 billion in valuation. What were you doing?" "Well, it may be a great opportunity, but you can go seek your opportunities walking. You're fired." That's why they don't do it. But as it climbs up and it crosses that threshold, it's not coming back down. But the shorts won't necessarily be, well, some of them, it's all different kinds of shorts. They won't necessarily be trapped because they're down here, rapid fire, they move it, go to the dark pool, they use a computer, they use LLCs, they go overseas, they bury some. If a trade doesn't work, oops, I didn't do that trade. It's all rigged. It's all a nightmare, and no one cares. So it's 2:23. Obviously, there'll be no news today. YouTube user, "Hey, Jim, can a U.S. company use Railtown Tech?" Oh, yeah, every company in the world can use it. Every company in the world can use Railtown technology. Amazon needed Railtown's technology day before yesterday to isolate the security breach and fix it. But yes, the entire addressable market, the corporate spend is going to be $300 billion a year upgrading software worldwide. And Railtown can be used everywhere. It's a big number, YouTube. And of course, you're going to say, well, where are those revenues? Why aren't they announcing it? Who's running this company? But just take a minute and look at 300 billion and use the research capital research is penetration of 3%. That's $9 billion a year in revenue. And that's why a company like Facebook would be interested. What if they can take that penetration to 9 $27 billion. You know, that's why they're interested. But we're worried about the day to day. Where's the, we drive ourselves crazy. And it's not to our, it doesn't redound to our benefit. I'm gonna get this, I'm gonna read you this short thing, if I can find it. On Saturday, let me see if I can find it. Of course I can't find it. I don't know. I did well before technology. On Saturday, no, on Friday, sorry, I walked. How do I do that? They don't give me the exact day, I guess. Be great if they'd give me. Well, I can guess it. What happens if I do the day? Oh, it's just one day. All right. So Friday, I walked about 27,000 steps. Saturday, I walked 24,000 steps. Yesterday was only 10,000, but man, it wore me out. So I move a little slowly. So sorry it took a while to grab this book. But here's the book. It's a great book. The Psychology of Money by Morgan Housel. Over 8 million copies sold. I haven't read it recently, but let me see if I can find this. Napoleon. A genius is the man who can do the average thing when everyone else around him is losing his mind. I probably am not going to find what I want to read to you. So maybe I'll have to do it tomorrow. Maybe I'll have to reread this book so I can find things. Nothing is as good or as bad as it seems. I guess it's not where I thought it was. All right. I can't read it to you. I can't find it. Don't want to waste your time. All right, here's Bill Miko. It's not where is the buying. The question is, where is the company? The restrictions should be off as far as being able to give news. Yeah, I think they are. But I don't know that they are completely, Bill, because they haven't, like if you're Canaccord Genuity, I'm not arguing with you, I'm just asking. If you're Canaccord Genuity and you have it on the restricted list until you're hired to handle the acquisition of AIP, it hasn't finished yet. I don't know. Maybe you're released from that, or maybe you haven't been yet. I don't know. Bill Miko question is, Slowtronic, that 54-cent close was catastrophic for the company. It broke momentum. We were in the 80s not long ago. We will need financing before Christmas, and there's no revenue in sight. They need development as soon as possible. Well, I don't agree with your analysis at all. They don't need revenue. They don't need to do a raise. And I don't think the 54 cents was catastrophic. So I just don't agree with your analysis. The stock right now in Canada is trading at 64 cents. And I guess you're a day trader, Slowtronic, and I don't think this is a day trading stock. It's not a momentum play. And I don't think the stock price is telling us anything. Guys, if this were a private company, you would not be obsessing about the price. They would have done a round, they've done a pre-seed round, a seed round at these prices that you can buy it today. The next funding would be at $1 billion. And you'd find out about it after the fact. But instead, we are watching it every single day. Now, there's different goals in the market. Look, when attorneys take forever, the company can't do anything. And attorneys don't care. They really don't care. They care about getting paid, and they care about their reputation. And I guess, maybe doing the right thing might be a stretch. But they want the documents to withstand scrutiny. That's all they care about. And then the company can't talk, and as you call it, the momentum is broken. This isn't a momentum stock, but if you want to be in that mindset, I guess you're there. But I don't think it broke it. I don't think it broke momentum. And just because for the last 9 months, very little has been announced that conclusively clarifies revenue, doesn't mean that's not going to change right away. But it's not like an on-off switch. And the company's not here to make you money, Slowtronic, in momentum trading. And I agree with the company. The company is here to prove up revenue and then sell itself. That's my opinion. I don't think they want to be a unicorn. They could be, but I don't see that. I don't think it was catastrophic. I think you're trying to create alarm any more than when the stock went to a high of 94 cents, that was euphoric and that was the breakout. It's day-to-day trading. We know the shorts are in there every single day. There's the day trading shorts, the swing trading shorts, the more destructive many days, many weeks, months shorts. They're all there. So we can bemoan it if we're day traders, but we can take advantage of it if we're trying to establish a position that's going to go to a company's market cap that at some point, and I think very quickly, will go to $1 billion. We don't know exactly what day. Well, if that's true, where are the buyers? Well, it's perverse. It's perverse. The buyers will come in as the stock goes up. Where's the revenues? Well, I think it comes down to documents and attorneys requiring signatures, attorneys requiring bona fide approval. It makes sense. It's frustrating. Makes sense. And it'll happen. The 54 cents close was catastrophic. I just don't agree with you. And in fact, the stock today, one is in Canada, one as high as 66 cents. It's at 64 cents today. The volume is 81,000 today. So clearly the market is not agreeing with you. Now you might follow on with your fear, uncertainty, and doubt and say, well, if they don't have news soon, it's going to be catastrophic. I think that's possibly true as far as it goes, but no one, there's 100 million shares in the float in Canada. About 50 to 60 million are held by insiders. I'm using rough numbers and I'm doing it from memory. They're not selling. So you got 40 million in the kind of true float. Of that true float, there's another something like 25, 30 million that came in early around a core mover. I believe he works at Canaccord. I'm not positive. They're not selling. So now you're at 90 million shares out of 100 million. So you can say it's 80 or 85. I don't care. But there's only 10 million in the float that might even be sellers. We've got 13.5 million, and I'm sure Bill Miko is not the only guy, if he's real, who sold. He sold half his position. So there's, that's probably an area where there's some selling. And then there's 2 or 3 people on the West Coast who I understand add up to another 15 million, maybe 20 million. So and they're not selling. Those people, one guy is specifically, I've heard, I haven't spoken to him, is just he's a wealthy guy. He's buying it and putting it in his children's accounts. They're not selling. So I don't see, as much as you want a fudster, I just don't see that it was catastrophic. Now, I do think there's people, and I know at least one of them, who are getting tired of the wait, and they may blow out. But I think they'll regret it. I really think they'll regret it. And I think the shares will be snapped up. Will it be snapped up at 64 cents, or will it go down to some much lower price when they just dump the shares? If they do, the buyers want the best price. Maybe in a day it goes down and it'll snap right back up. But I don't agree with you that and I don't agree that it broke momentum. I think momentum was broken over the last many months by the slowness of the attorneys and maybe business decisions, maybe the sheer volume of business opportunities crossing I don't know, approval processes, but I think momentum has been in low gear for many months. Now, you as a day trader saw it run up on rumor of the news. Well, the news was half a B. Can a half a B be said to be semi-carnally? Can half a news be really news? We will need finance. Who's we? You're an obvious short. Let me tell you about the company. The company raised, it's in the news, a little while ago. The company raised some money. Let's find it. Let's see if I can find it so I can read it to you. Of course, there's no way to find it easily. No way to find it easily. Let's just go through them then. Well, how about if I do that? I'll go through since I have to do it anyway, let me just do it. Let me do it February 11th. Railtown, then this is why the selling started. Railtown Technologies is pleased to announce it has executed an MOU. You guys started selling right away. Boom, 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 boom. For the acquisition of AI partnerships. Of 160 primarily North American AI SaaS companies, vertical market. The combination of Railtown AI and AIP is expected to provide both organizations with an opportunity to leverage Railtown AI's Conductor as a platform of choice for AI application development by AIP's current and future affiliates and their end users. Then they talk of one of the fundamental objectives of the establishment of AIP's affiliate network was to allow AIP to identify and acquire the best affiliates as part of a broader strategic roll-up strategy. The transaction is expected to provide the resulting entity the benefit of financing. But then there's guys like you around that are going to make sure it doesn't work. So the key drivers of revenue growth on February 11th. One, affiliate acquisitions. The company plans to acquire select high-performing affiliates, and as a result of combining their product offerings, will provide a rich suite of vertical market AI-based applications and development tools in order to meet the needs of enterprise clients. Two, platform integration. Railtown AI's Conductor platform will streamline, I use the word will, streamline AI development for affiliates and their enterprise clients, increasing both adoption and productivity. Three, expanded partnerships. With relationships already in place with major technology partners, including Mila, Amy, Microsoft, NVIDIA, AMD, and the University of British Columbia, the company will continue to leverage these partnerships to accelerate enterprise sales and product innovations. Four, recurring enterprise revenue. The integration of AI-based vertical market applications, along with AI development and management tools and services across the affiliate network, I use the word will, drive strong recurring revenue growth from long-term enterprise contracts. Both companies are working towards finalizing a letter of intent in the coming weeks. Another reason for the computers to sell, for you guys to sell. They engaged Canaccord. And I think the quote from Dr. Tom Core is important. From its inception, AIP set out to assemble the largest network of AI solutions organizations which provide a diverse package of AI solutions. Blah, blah, blah. We found Railtown's Conductor had broad deployment relevance across the entirety of our network. I guess he's bullshitting too. With the combination of Railtown and AIP, we are excited to begin an aggressive targeted affiliate acquisition mandate at the closing of this transaction. Transaction hasn't closed yet. All right, let's go to the next one. That was February 11th. May 21st. Railtown AI launches powerful Visual Studio extension to supercharge developer productivity with AI. Railtown today announced the official release of its Visual Studio extension, bringing the power of its advanced AI-driven root cause agent directly into one of the world's most widely used integrated developer environments. Designed to revolutionize the way developers identify, resolve, and prevent issues, Railtown's Visual Studio's extension leverages context-aware AI to deliver automated fixes, intelligent code suggestions, and streamlined workflows, all tailored to a developer's unique code base and environment. Quote after quote, they go through many of the benefits. I'm not going to read them all. There's a dozen. They also announced that they engaged I2I Media to lead a robust marketing awareness campaign. This strategic initiative aims to expand reach, drive adoption, and raise visibility of Railtown through Railtown's breakthrough AI-powered development. Now, they announced that on May 21, but that company couldn't do anything until the AI acquisition was completed, which it isn't completed, frankly. It's not completed yet. Right? May 22nd, Railtown to present lane tracks at Upper Bound, one of the ongoing efforts by the company to commercialize its project. June 2nd, Railtown announces commercialization of groundbreaking developer frameworks, plural, lane tracks and rail tracks. Railtown, leading innovator, blah, 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 proudly announces the commercialization of its two powerful developer frameworks, lane tracks and rail tracks. Following a successful demonstration at the Upper Bound conference and at Elevate AI conference, the frameworks are now officially available for commercial development, marking a significant milestone in Railtown's mission to empower developers with cutting-edge AI tools. Lane tracks, they describe it. Rail tracks, they describe it. And then Brandolini added, we are seeing explosive growth in demand for autonomous AI agents. That sounds like momentum hasn't been broken at all. And that was announced, that was announced June 2nd. June 9th, Railtown announces strategic partnership with the ESG AI to co-develop an advanced suite of intelligent ESG, that's environmental, social, and governance software agents. The collaboration will leverage Railtown's AI agentic framework and ESG's AI domain expertise in ESG compliance and disclosure. This builds on ESG AI's growing momentum. I guess one day of trading broke that momentum, Slowtronic. This builds on ESG AI's growing momentum in the ESG technology space, including its previously announced relationship with the London Stock Exchange Group to support standardization of data in the global ESG infrastructure. Sounds like there's momentum there. June 17th. Railtown Technologies announces strategic partnership with Quantum IQ and private placement. So that was June 17th, Slowtronic. Railtown AI has entered into a licensing agreement with Quantum.IQ AI Technologies. This is the beginning of a strategic partnership aimed at expanding Railtown's application general intelligence trademarked platform into the rapidly evolving field of quantum computing infrastructure and development. Sounds like momentum is gaining there. The partnership will specifically extend Railtown's conductor platform to power first of its kind, hybrid quantum cloud platform designed to assist developers in seamlessly integrating quantum computing into real-world applications. And it goes on, you can look it up. It's pretty powerful. A cornerstone of Quantum IQ's platform will be quantum observability, providing developers with detailed insight into application performance across both classical and quantum layers. This functionality is expected to unlock new opportunities for hybrid application design in sectors such as finance, logistics, climate modeling, and advanced research. Quantum.IQ plans to integrate with current cloud providers, quantum cloud providers, such as IBM Quantum and D-Wave, and then also with hyperscalers. They're still developing it. It becomes available later this year. But then Railtown announced a strategic investment via private placement of 1,200,000 shares or units at 50 cents. So they raised $600,000. And they include warrants at 75 cents. I believe that's Canadian prices since it's a Canadian company. So they raised Slowtronic 600 grand. They run a lean machine, and there's no indication that they need to raise more money now. But I'm going to address it. I think they will do another strategic fundraising at higher prices, not here. So that was announced June 17th. July 9th, Railtown Technologies announces closing of non-brokered private placement. I think this is the same thing. Yeah, it's the same 600,000. And with the warrant, there were no finder's fees paid. Non-brokered. Yeah, it's just a further announcement of that. Okay. And that was done on July 9th this year. So it's been July, August, September, October. That should be enough money to handle things. But I look, I know you don't want people to believe it, but there's revenue probably extant there's also revenue they're going to have in place, and they're going to start buying AIP companies that have revenue. And a lot of those acquisitions are done as of. We don't know the details. And I think there will be a strategic financing, but there's no desperation, Slowtronic, and there's going to be no dilution, Slowtronic. Okay, July 10th, Railtown Technologies announces strategic development and revenue sharing partnership with Ignite Sequence. They've entered into a strategic development and a revenue sharing partnership with Ignite. Railtown will provide proprietary agentic framework and co-develop the next generation suite of analytic AI agents designed to automate and streamline financial management and revenue growth analytics for enterprises across multiple verticals. The partnership brings Railtown the AI proprietary LangTrack agentic framework and Ignite's proven expertise in actionable data-first execution to deliver a powerful AI-enhanced analytics platform. And you can go read that. And we're thrilled to be partnering with Railtown AI, said Kate Berta, CEO of Ignite. I wonder if she's related to John Berta. July 17th, Railtown AI announces a new feature release called auto triage, unquote, as part of the company's best in class conductor developer platform. Best in class. They're publishing it. It has to be true. Now, there can be room for interpretation, but it has to be one of the best in class. It can't be shit, because they'll go to jail if they misrepresent. Remember, Slowtronic, they have to follow the law. You guys don't. So July 17th, they announced the launch of Auto Triage, a groundbreaking new feature within the Conductor platform that works in concert with Conductor root cause agent. Triaging in software development involves identifying and prioritizing critical code issues, like what happened to Amazon today, similar to managing an ER room in a hospital. And then it prioritizes and blah, blah, blah. This is about getting the right eyes on the right problem instantly, said Marwan Haddad, CTO of Railtown, and so on. That was July 17th. July 28th, Railtown AI Technologies and AI partnerships partner with Brayet AI Inc. to bring Canadian AI innovation to Dubai and the Middle East. That's pretty self-explanatory. That was July 28th. October 8th, Railtown AI executes amalgamation agreement with AI Partnerships Corp. And announces there it is again, MOU. That's how your computer starts selling with digital. I'm not going to read through it. Well, maybe we will, because this is what was important, wasn't it? It has entered into an amalgamation agreement with AIP, pursuant to which Railtown will acquire all of the issued and outstanding shares of AIP in exchange for common shares of Railtown by way of a three-cornered amalgamation, and AIP will become a wholly owned subsidiary of Railtown. The milestone marks a major step in Railtown's vision. Anyway, I'm not going to read it. I'm already bored. I've read it to you before. It's great, but it's not complete. It still is dependent on a shareholder vote. That was October 8th. Also on October 8th, Railtown announces strategic partnership with Uniserve Communication to expand AI solutions for small and medium-sized enterprises. The key thing there is there's 3,000 of them in that orbit. That was October 8th. And there's been no announcement since then. Now, let me just point out what Slowtronic wants you guys to do. Slowtronic has a goal to get you to see it as catastrophic, to get you to think, oh my gosh, there's going to be dilution because they're going to raise money, and there's no revenue in sight. Oh my God, I got to sell. Because Slowtronic's goal is to press his bet, whether it's in Canada or here, downward. He doesn't have to be right on the fundamentals of the story. He doesn't have to be involved in the stock more than today. But he wants to press it so he can cover his short or cross it. He can book his profit. You know, today, 56,000 shares. Friday, there was a bunch of stock traded. If he can get 100,000 shares down 3 or 4 cents, he makes $4,000. That's what he's after. And he wants you to think in that emotional, fearsome way, rather than thinking about Railtown is $1 billion stock. The market just doesn't know it yet. So I don't think news is going to do it. I just read to you revenue deals. I don't think revenue deals are going to do it. I think what's going to do it is when Canadian institutions of all manners start buying. And what triggers that? Maybe it's when AIP is finalized. Maybe it's when a series of revenue deals come out. Maybe it's when the aforementioned hiring of that 2i2 or whatever marketing firm kicks in. Maybe it's some sort of effort by Corey and Marwan to go out and tell the story. Maybe it's just the stock going over $1. We don't know exactly, but Slowtronic is trying to get you to help him make money in his short trade. Oh, I'm along. I've been here for 3 years. I've listened to you. Yeah, right. Richard K. Hi, William and Lucky. Ready for $8 by Halloween. I may have said that, but Halloween's 2 weeks away. I never said it just as, throw rice on the bride type thing. I said it in conjunction with certain things happening, primarily news and the follow through on that. I guess I would say it could still happen in the next 2 weeks. But I'd have to say $8 by Halloween is not likely. I would have to, it doesn't feel like news is coming out this week. So I'd have to shift it, and I'm sorry for that, but I'd have to shift it to say that the stock will be around $1.50 by a Halloween, and that November is when we'll get the bigger moves. And so maybe by US Thanksgiving, it'll be $8 to $12. Uh, I have to shift it because the facts on the ground changed. And the company, whether it's because of attorneys, because the company's full of shit, which I don't think so, or it's because there was a holiday in Canada, or because they just haven't been able to get signatures and phone calls and emails and documents overnighted in the last few trading days since the announcement on Wednesday. I don't know. But for whatever reason, there have been no announcements since October 8th. The company does not speak with me, so I cannot give you color on that. But in my opinion, announcements will be coming. 1, 2, 3, 10, I don't know. Detailing revenue, detailing growth and revenue, which is all that's necessary. If this company gets to 150 million, 200 million, 250 million projected revenue, I think it's taken off the table. That's my theory anyway. And in that takeover idea, it's good that the attorneys are being particular, and the attorneys are taking a long time. And the attorneys are I'm making it up, but the attorneys are making sure the signatures are in blue ink and that the documents are overnighted and they're dotting every T. I think it's good for the ultimate value. I think $8 is a push by Halloween. Richard, Railtown up 15% right now. And then Slowtronic is having a giggle, Richard. No, it's not. Lots of laughs. Slowtronic is laughing. But Railtown's in the green. It's not up that much, Richard, because I talked so long. But I think we can say that Friday's action was not catastrophic, at least not yet. is saying not, put the crack pipe down. See, that's not I know you're a short, but I've tried to treat your comments as if you're a normal human being. Don't pick on Richard. There's no crack pipe here. This is not hot money. This is not money you can chase and go get into one of Borders bombs. This isn't hot money. This is a matter of being patient. That's all it is. And you got two guys and a phone and maybe a Zoom, a computer to tell the story. And where is the marketing firm? Good question. But I know, I spent a lot of time in London marketing companies and raising money for companies. You got to get the contract, then you got to get your associates to focus on it. They're focusing on something else. There's a dinner, there's some emergency to take care of. You get on the phone, but you don't speak Arabic. They do, so you got to wait till they get it, and then you travel and you fly in, and you got a hobble-de-gee with this guy and go smoke the hubbly bubbly with another guy and sit out and have lamb and chicken kebab looking over the Nile. It all takes time. It all takes time. It's all very normal. All very normal. Bill Miko, you have to realize, but that's weird. You said the question is, and then it comes down to you have to realize competition in this space will happen. So the longer Railtown takes to get moving, it will have an impact on company sales. Well, you make a lot of assumptions there, Bill. You're saying because you don't know about what Railtown's doing, it's taking a long time to get moving. Well, that's just an assumption that makes no sense at all. Railtown, I just read you. Railtown has been out presenting its wares at conferences for over a year. They're commercializing their products. And how do you know they don't have a hopper full of deals? You don't know. So you're kind of making an assumption there. I don't agree with you at all. There is no competing product like Railtown's. Apparently there's one of a company I don't know the name of, but the key to the Railtown product is it is a co-pilot. It is a tool that is supra. It can work in the Microsoft environment. It can work in the AMD environment. It can work in the Amazon environment. Even if Microsoft buys it, they can sell the product across all developers worldwide with all applications. Apparently and they're first to market. There is nobody else that does it right now. The one competitor apparently, which to my knowledge is not ready to go, it's still being developed, but just raised $100 million anyway. It's targeted to specific companies like Railtown, but it only uses the language of that company. So it doesn't have that universal translator or conductor ability. And then I think your rationale is complete bogus analysis. I'd say it respectfully, because there's Merrill Lynch competes with Morgan Stanley, competes with UBS, competes with Goldman Sachs, competes in many ways with JP Morgan, competes with the online, the Fidelities, the Ameritrades, the Weebles. Yet the market is so gigantic, they all make money. So your analysis is bullshit, respectfully, because the market is not selling motorcycles into an aging baby boom population with high competition and low acceptance. And worldwide, motorcycles are made less expensively in China and elsewhere. So the worldwide market is not something that is addressable by Harley Davidson particularly well. It's different dynamics. According to Marwan, a year and a half ago, 11 billions are spent on developer tools annually. 11 billion. According to Marwan, because of the AI 2.0, There'll be 300 billion, and it's a third-party analysis, by the way. 300 billion with a B. That's not Harley Davidson range. 300 billion, and I'm not making fun of Harley Davidson. I'm just telling you it's a completely different market. 300 billion in added cost. What does cost mean? It means it's not optionable. It's not an option. They have to spend it to keep up with the rapidly evolving technology. $300 billion a year to develop software, to bring it up to speed. But he points out that actually adds back to the companies who spend it. They stay ahead of the pack or they stay in the pack. They don't get left behind. GitHub,
some web results. I can show them if you ask again from your iPhone.
GitHub has a study that because of AI and AI-associated developer tools, GDP and worldwide will grow 1.5 trillion annually. 1.5 trillion. It's a gigantic market. There's no bigger market. Maybe water, maybe sex, maybe oil, but there's no bigger market than software. Motorcycles are very tiny compared to software. So if, in fact, your premise is screwy. Railtown has been moving forward. They started 6 years ago. They already have first in class, first to market. They already have customers. They have a broad. Let me get the exact quote. We are battle tested. Microsoft already, it took their first 2 of their 3 agents a year and a half, 2 years ago. We are SaaS. We are high margin and easy to sell to customers. First mover. Here's what he said. We have a large beta testing universe. They're not delaying. They're already in there, moving forward. They're moving as quickly as they possibly can. Just because they can't tell us doesn't mean it's not happening. So I don't agree with any of your premises. And I don't think I think if other companies come out with a product, which Railtown has spent 4 or 5 years developing, if other companies are somehow able to come out of a product right away, it just makes the market stronger. I moved from Merrill Lynch to a smaller company, and I was young, and it bothered me that Merrill Lynch advertised on every football game, every channel, and my new company, which was a boutique, but very old and well-respected and very large company, but they didn't spend money on advertising. And my boss said, hey, just enjoy it. Merrill Lynch expands your market. There's more people to go after. And he's right. Tell the story. So I think Bill, I think your analysis is respectfully just it's not good in this case. Eric B. Added some. Good for you. You bought it at 58. I think there's a lot of people that took the opportunity to buy when it had a had a give up day. Look, it's 3:24. Clearly, there's no news today. I would guess if I might be being dark, but if you're the attorneys or the Canadians, you had a long weekend, you got back in mid-morning, you're not getting anything out today, and you're probably not getting anything out tomorrow. So I would say we have to look to Wednesday for anything. I don't know what. And if nothing happens Wednesday, I would write this week off and look to next week. So we have to get through this week. It's hurry up and wait. And that's unfortunately where we are. We have to wait. I can't give you any color. No one from associated with the company will speak to me. I don't know if that's because it's a quiet period, which I know Brandon or Justin pointed out to me is a misuse of that word. So I don't know what to call it. I can't use the vocabulary I've used as shorthand for 3 decades. I can't use it because it's not on Google. But the company has been precluded from being out there telling its story. And I don't personally believe that they've been unleashed yet, but they may have. I might not know about it. Certainly, the AIP deal is not finished. So, to the extent that Canaccord was locked up, zip restricted until that deal was complete, they're still restricted. To the extent that buyers may have signed an NDA, maybe that restricts them. Maybe the top guys at Railtown are working on revenue deals, which precludes their ability to go out and talk to institutions. So maybe they want to close 2 or 3 revenue deals. I'm making it up. I have no idea. And they want to get them closed so they have something to go talk about. We want it all instantaneously because we've been waiting a long time. But we also want it, and we want results because we're used to hot stocks. This isn't a hot stock. This is a mispriced stock. My opinion, Railtown should be $5, $6, $7 today. How does it get there? It doesn't get there from a guy calling from Morgan Stanley over to a girl at Kleiner Perkins and said, "Hey, we got your analysis, sis. We would be glad to accept funding, but we're not ready to do it at a $750 million valuation. If you want to do it at $2 billion, we'll do it." And they meet in the middle. We'll do it at 1.25. Okay, done. There's no shorting. There's no anxiety. There's no publishing of news. There's no going through regulators. There's no dealing with the endless delays of attorneys. There's no road shows. There's no people here trying to cause fear, uncertainty, and doubt. There's no retail processing. Well, we need this, we need that. No, it's just 2 overpaid wankers. Well, one overpaid wanker talking to his counterpart at Kleiner Perkins. I don't know what female investment bankers could be called, but they just knock out the deal. And you don't see the behind the scenes lawyering and phone calls and meeting. They just get it done over a period of time. But here it all acts out in public. And while the stock, some idiot here comes in and says Friday's action was catastrophic, he's just pulling his t-shirt off and you see the S on his chest, short seller. It just never ends. It just never ends. Hey, I'm almost legend. Happy Monday, Sir William. AI feedback from Railtown last week. Okay, cool. Number one, was the Railtown price drop a market overreaction? The answer is low float over-the-counter stocks often bounce back if fundamentals catalysts hold. Further tie am almost legend. Number two, will the merger be completed soon? Answer, possibly in weeks, late October, early November. Not realistic within days. Okay, so that corrects me. And maybe I think I said it would be done last week, didn't I? So maybe I was wrong on the days. So you got attorneys, you got signatures, you got votes. So AI said possibly late October, early November. So probably not this week either. I'm almost legend number three. Are revenue projections coming soon? I'm almost legend. Could happen after the merger closes. Too early could hurt credibility. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know why it hurt credibility, but it could screw up the merger. 4, will the Railtown share price, this is I'm almost Lesion's questions to AI, will the Railtown share price skyrocket to $1? Answer, I see. I mean, the answer would be the same. I think $1 is in the cards. I don't think that's a skyrocket. But anyway, unlikely in the short term without major positive news. My experience, your experience in all these stocks, even with positive news, the selling comes in from the shorts, the machines, to convince you the news isn't positive. So I think news has to be positive, but it also has to be in conjunction with an ongoing marketing campaign and an ongoing effort by Railtown to tell their story. And when does it kick in? I guess it kicks in when somebody says, you know what, I want to own that stock. I want to own 4 or 5% of the company. I guess that's when it kicks in and it's unpredictable. But anyway, AI said unlikely in the short term without positive news. I'm almost legend or huge buying pressure. Okay. And then the answer, probably overly optimistic without them. Definitely interested in your opinion on these, Sir William. Thanks in advance. Well, I guess I gave some of my opinions right there. Look, we're all trying to force a trade, and I don't think there should be a trade here until the stocks, you know, I don't know. I don't want to handcuff anybody. But I think even if the stock goes up 10 or 15x from here, it's not a sell. This isn't hot money. Ideally, this is money or investment that we can hold to the buyout. Ideally, again, the buyout happens quickly. And all of a sudden, your stock of an unknown company becomes stock of NVIDIA or Microsoft or Constellation Software for that matter. And maybe it does it by the first quarter of next year. That's all optimistic, I admit. But I think going to Bill Miko's point of taking time, if the company has a plan to build out its revenue slowly over the next 2 years, they may miss the fever, if we can call that, of the arms race to acquire growing revenue in the AI space. So my opinion, the company whose fortunes are tied to the same stock we own, the company is focused on booking revenue, locking it down. And maybe there's reasons in certain pockets that they're going after to keep it quiet until they lock up more of those revenue deals, so any kind of competition stays away. I don't know. So the stock opened at 44 cents. They're going to make sure it goes in the red on the day. So it's the same experience day over day over day. Clay Schoolfield, good news. Good for you, Clay. I'm going to write that down. Feel like I might have already written it. Oh, you bought it before the pullback? Well, you're the one. It's your fault. Wow, you have a great position. You have a great position. That's awesome, Clay. I think you're going to be rewarded for that. And I don't recommend it, but, you know, conceptually, if the stock were to go, you know, 10x, 15, 20x, you could, you know, we'll see how I feel at that time, but you could almost sell the 30,750 and then the rest of the position is for free. I don't think it's going to be necessary, though. This is not a trading, as much as these guys want you to think of that, it's not a trading position. So now Slowtronic's going to convince me he's not a short. Slowtronic. So why do you keep saying we'll see news next week or this week if you have no idea and no contacts with the company? I can't look, Slowtronic, even if I were talking to the company, you're an idiot. Or you just you checked your brain this morning. Oh, I know what it is. You live in a world where you break the law so much, you forget that other people have to follow the rules. Even if I were talking to the company and they said, you know what, William, we're not allowed to tell anybody this, but I just want you to know. Next Wednesday at 1:45, we're putting out a press release that we just signed a deal with Amazon to put agentic agents in all of their delivery systems. I couldn't tell you. I wouldn't be allowed to say anything. So you're obviously a short. And then you're going to say, no, I'm not. I'm not a short. So why do I keep saying next week or this week when you have no idea and no contacts with the company? Number one, I do have an idea. And number two, I just read you all the news. And number three, AI is one of the fastest, most explosive sectors out there. I've shown you analysts. I've shown you competition. So you can extrapolate. But you can't because you're a functional idiot. You just have a computer selling all the time. Giuseppe and Grau, hello, update me. All right, Giuseppe. Remember, guys, Slowtronic's goal is today. Or maybe it's 2 days. He wants to push the bet. He can be wrong on the fundamentals, wrong on where the stock is by Thanksgiving, but correct for the next 2 or 3 days, and he makes his 10 grand. And he's happy with that. Who wouldn't be? Who wouldn't be? Giuseppe Agrao. I've always been suspicious of Slowtron. Well, he's well named. Well named. Slow on the uptick. I am almost legend. If I may share more. Yes, you may. Since you talk about the pace of stock news in the United States versus Canada. What does it say? I didn't check it. I checked into that as well. This is I am almost legend asking AI, and the answer is survey says yes. Canadian news around stocks is often slower. So I was right. The Canadian Security Exchange, CSE, and Canadian security regulators require material change reports, press releases, and filings, which can add a day or two compared to the United States reporting timelines. Or more, it seems like. That's really good. And then I'm almost legend goes on. Holidays and business days. Canadian holidays like Thanksgiving can delay announcements. Also, smaller Canadian CSC, I guess over the counter here. Companies often space out news to manage market attention, which is technically not allowed here anyway in the United States, but they do it, especially for low float stocks. I'm almost legend's answer from AI is overall, news often comes a little more slowly in Canada, and timing around holidays can amplify delays. Bravo. All right, Ward Richardson. Hi, Ward. Ward bought bought 2,500 shares. Friday, and 2,797 this AM. That's great. Good for you. I love it. I love that you're doing that. Justin Babish. Amazon outage is messing up one of my brokerage platforms right now. Well, as I understand it, the Railtown agentic AI thing, if Amazon had it, it would be working all the time, and it would find and notice this catastrophic security breach and fix it instantaneously, or it would find other issues. And if it couldn't fix it, it'd bring it high alert to everybody right away. Justin, yes, see, so you got the point. AWS should call Railtown, yeah. Railtown. That reminds me, I think I did that video on Funky Town, which got demonetized about a year ago. It's been a long wait. I appreciate that people are anxious and at wit's end. I just have found that if you put pressure on a bureaucracy, if you put pressure on attorneys, if you put pressure on regulators, if you put pressure on any team that's not motivated like we are by metrics in the stock market, but they're motivated by other things. Their sense of timing is on a different planet. Pushing it just slows it all down and may even piss somebody off. So we're just stuck having to wait. But it does give people an opportunity to buy more shares. And I commend those of you who were doing it. I wish I had money to do it. I really don't. The last share trade was 200 shares at the bid, 44.36. Just had to get out of what, $44 worth of stock? No, $88 worth of stock. They just had to get out of. It's so tiresome. Ward Richardson, Bill Miko, I clearly see, judging by your comments, that you have not done any due diligence on this company. Hey, I would, Bill, I'd have to agree with Ward that either you haven't done due diligence or you don't believe in the story at all. So it makes you antsier. It makes you more susceptible to, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. But I think Railtown could have a dozen competitors, and Railtown, as the first to market, first in class, Railtown still would demand a premium. Like, for example, I keep bringing it up, SoundHound is trading, it's down a little bit, but its market cap is still $7.4 billion. If I don't know how many shares, they still show 139 million shares outstanding, and then you see kind of a fully diluted representation from the merger at maybe 222 million. I think since Railtown is currently there, and since SoundHound is currently there, and Railtown still has to roll up a few companies, maybe you use 250 million, but let's use 300 million. So if you have 7.5 billion from SoundHound, who does revenue, and it's in a very limited use of AI, and it doesn't make any money. It doesn't make any money. Apparently, they don't have their own agents. Railtown agents go across the whole complex. But let's see what that is on 300 million shares. $25 a share. So if Railtown can show that they're growing to an equivalent of SoundHound's revenue, somewhere, I think right now it's 140 million, but next year it's supposed to be 178, give or take. So if they can show that they get to 150, 200 million forward, and they're profitable, as I just read to you, Corey said, well, I'll read it again. We are an SaaS solution, high margins. I don't know why Railtown would be limited to going to $25 if they did 150 forward or 200 million forward. But because SoundHound's there as a comparable, it's $25 a share using 300 million shares outstanding. So I really don't see, I guess another way to look at it, if there's 300 billion in revenue out there and you multiply it times SoundHound's multiple, 35, I can't get it, but there's something like, Let me use a different calculator. I mean, this is fantasy, but there'd be something like 10.5 trillion in market cap represented by that 300 billion a year spend. I'm not claiming that's going to happen to the entire universe of AI, but that's why the arms race is on the first movers. Because once Microsoft is sated, once NVIDIA is sated, the other ones aren't going to be bought. So let's see, we got 10 minutes to go. Railtown is 44 cents to 45.49. It's very low volume today, 56.61. And the last trade is 44.36. I guess they're going to try to get it flat or red. So that Slowtronic can tell us it's catastrophic. Ward Richardson says to Justin, I understand that Oracle had issues with their cloud services over this past weekend. So Oracle's another one that could buy them. It would help Larry Ellison put out the Zionist view that a handful of atheist Jewish people from Philadelphia and parts of Lithuania, Estonia, Poland, and elsewhere should slaughter Palestinians to establish their homeland. All right, last trade, 44 cents, up 0.003. The bid is now below the close, below the open. Somebody simply had to sell 2,800 shares at 44 cents. So they now have a bid below the open, so it can go into the red. If they can get a sale done in 8 minutes, we'll see what happens. Justin Babish Weeble is flashing a message on its form, quote, blaming Amazon for the ongoing processing issues on the network. Very interesting. Bill Miko, respectfully, you have no idea of the motorcycle market for one. That's true. I have no idea of the motorcycle market. It's not as big as software. Secondly, competition will come in the space. Sure, that's true. Competition will come. But that's why there's a race for the first to market and the best in class. There's no question competition. There already is competition. Microsoft wants to own the first to market, best in class. NVIDIA wants to own the first to market, best in class. Amazon wants to own the first in market, best in class. Facebook wants to own first to market, best in class. There's a lot of competition in this space, and it's going to help all of us make money. You're telling me Microsoft can't build this product? Full of crap. All right, Bill. You know what? That's not what I said. It's not what I said. I said Microsoft can't do it quickly. But I also said Microsoft doesn't want to do it. They would rather buy. You're dense. I've talked about this so long. Are you intentionally doing that to me? Because you seem like a smart guy otherwise. It's the same thing I talk about a long time. When companies R&D and start out, and the lingo now is pre-seed and seed valuation, that's where Railtown is right now. Railtown is in a 50 cent, it's 85 million valuation. As Railtown commercializes its product, its growth in valuation and revenues takes on a pattern of algorithmic growth. It grows by leaps and bounds. Microsoft comes in and buys the company based on probably an AI. It won't be quite arithmetic, but the buyer will come in at arithmetic valuations. So your point showing that you don't know anything about the stock market or company valuations is that big companies would rather the small company takes all the risk, proves itself, and then they'll buy it up here. So you don't understand it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Microsoft will buy up 10x, up 100x, up here. They don't buy down here, and they don't spend the money to develop it. So I'm sorry, I'm not full of crap. I'm starting to think you are, though, Bill. Good Lord. How do you know that, Bill? Microsoft and others pay these whiz kids millions of dollars for development. You're a short, aren't you, Bill? I think you're a short. You're an idiot. You're bringing up an issue I've explained many times before. Microsoft may be paying a lot of people. Let me give you an example, Bill the idiot. Let's find out. I'll Google it. How many software developers use Microsoft tools? I have no idea. Microsoft reported 50 million developers actively use its Visual Studio and Visual Code tools each month. Furthermore, an estimated 70 million developers use products like Azure, DevOps, and GitHub, which are also owned by Microsoft. Okay, let's use 70 million. Why? Because he mentioned Railtown is in the Microsoft Azure DevOps space, and he mentioned GitHub. So we'll use Microsoft users of, I'll read the whole sentence again. Microsoft reported 50 million developers actively use its Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code tools each month. Furthermore, an estimated 70 million developers use products like Azure, DevOps, and GitHub, which are also owned by Microsoft. Okay, let's use 70 million. Now let's go to Microsoft stock price. Microsoft closed at $516, which is a market cap of 3.84 trillion. Okay, now let's say that Microsoft spent 1% of its market cap in stock to buy Railtown. They would pay 38 billion. I'm going to write that down, 1%. They'd pay 38 billion. And you can you can make fun of this projection as being absurd. That's fine. I'm trying to illustrate a point, and I'm doing it without pre-calculation. So 38 billion, that's okay, divided by, I don't know, 300 million shares. It's $128 a share. All right, so Microsoft in the software developer tools market, which includes Azure and GitHub, has 70 million users. How I wrote it. Microsoft users, 70 million. The market cap of Microsoft right now is 3.84 trillion. So if they were to buy Microsoft by issuing 1% of their market cap in stock, they'd pay $128 a share. It'd be $38 billion. Sounds preposterous. Okay, so now I'm going to use the number from this research report, $108 a year. That sounds very low to me. But what if Microsoft were to buy Railtown and tell all of its users, you have to spend $8 a month on our product, otherwise you can't subscribe to our products. So let's go to the absurd again. Well, let's call it $9 a month. Yeah, $9 a month. That's $108 a year. So we'll go to the absurd again. Just trying to prove a point. I'll use a different color. Let's say Microsoft makes it mandatory for all of the developers who use, number one, Microsoft bought Railtown, Conductor, and now and they paid a massive amount for it. Now Microsoft makes it mandatory across their whole universe. You must subscribe to Conductor. Now, they may not do it overtly. They might just put it in the bundle. They just bundle it up. They might kick one of the other services out. They might put another one in. But the revenue attributable to the Railtown purchase goes to $108 a year times 70 trillion. 70 million. That becomes annualized revenue of $7.5 billion. Attributable to the Railtown product. Let's use 35 multiple, SoundHound's multiple. So that gives so Microsoft pays 40 billion, and then they say, hey, all of our users, we're bundling it into our service. You're going to pay $108 a year for Conductor. So Microsoft's revenue from Conductor goes to $7.5 billion. At a 35 multiple, that's worth 264 billion in market cap. I mean, you can argue, I'm trying to go to the broader thing. And if we, I don't know how many shares are outstanding for Microsoft, but if you divide that by the amount of money they paid, 38,400. They get 7x on their investment, 6.89. And that, my friends, 6.89, that's an intelligent investment for Microsoft. What Bill Miko doesn't understand is Microsoft doesn't want to do the small companies because 20% of, 20 out of 21 don't work. They'd rather buy the revenue when they know they have it, and then it grows and it allows them to fill out their valuation when they're competing now against anybody else that can buy Railtown. So that's one example of why Microsoft can control its own destiny. To repeat the idea, you can sit down and do the calculations any way you want. Microsoft has 70 million users of software development tools. If Microsoft buys Railtown for a certain price, the calculation in their head is, well, how much can we bundle this in to our service? At what price can we bundle this for per month, per year? And then they can in this example, they can spend $40 billion in stock to create $265 billion in revenue a year. And that could go on for years. It's a good deal. That's why Microsoft doesn't build it themselves. And that's why I'm not full of crap. Hey, Donna M. I blocked him. Donna M. I blocked Bill Blathering. He's contributing nothing. Donna M. He contributed nothing as far as I'm concerned. Donna M. Ward, congratulations on Railtown purchases. I'm buying tomorrow when my penny's clear. Good for you, Donna. Good for you. Ward Richardson, that is a great move, Donna. I'm 100% behind you on that thought. Ward, what does he say? That's it, Donna. Just buy, buy, buy. I agree with Ward and with Donna. Jack Hamilton, just catching up, Mr. William. I got to write that down. Jack Hamilton added, bought 208. That's great, Jack. That's awesome. I wish I could do that. I wish I could buy 500 shares. Good for you. Jack Hamilton, hi, Donna M. Eddie Rawlings, why would Microsoft want to develop this technology? It will be cheaper to buy something that works now. Standard business practice, exactly, in my opinion. And it's not just the money. It's not the cheapness in terms of money, it's time. This is a race. The best way for Microsoft to stay ahead of NVIDIA or stay ahead of Facebook, buy something that's working. And I agree with you, Eddie. I agree with you, Eddie. And Jack Hamilton, sounds like Bill M. woke up in a bad mood. I doubt it. I don't know. I doubt that. He's been very skeptical on Railtown. I don't even know why he buys it. He bought GDC at 7, I think, and it's at 4 something. Let me see. 454. But I guess he feels like that's a better story. It might be. I don't know. GDC, if they audit that Bitcoin, maybe GDC is worth $15 a share. But you got to wonder, how many shares are they going to issue to the guy that put in the Bitcoin to make up for the difference between $5 and $15? Because nobody gives away anything for free on Wall Street. Nobody does. G-Bucks, 18 cents. Finger, $1.45. And Railtown closed at 44, so they got it flat, right? Did they get it flat? No, it's in the green. 44 is up slightly, up 0.003. Well, at least it's green. At least it's green. It's only 66,000 shares. So I don't think Slowtronic's interpretation that Friday was catastrophic followed through today, for sure. Donna M. Hey, Jack, congrats on your accumulation. Your accumulation in this nation for this congregation, despite the amalgamation in face of a concentration of negativity. Anyway, good for you, Jack. Jack Hamilton. Thanks, Donna. I don't think I'm going to catch up to you. Well, Jack, remember, and this is the hardest thing, there's two sides of every trade. One is buying it, but the other is selling it. And a lot of these guys are going to want you to be hot money, flipping out. My opinion, Jack, is Railtown is for sale. They may not know it yet, but to compete, and that goes to Bill Miko's point that somebody can create this in the next year or 2 years, and that's true. Can't deny that. He didn't say the time frame. I am adding the time frame. But it would take time. I don't care how smart anybody is. Railtown has the advantage with their product to have a beta testing group that's large, and their product is self-learning. So it's already advanced compared to what anybody else is going to put out there. Doesn't mean somebody can't catch up. Doesn't mean that at all. People buy Harley Davidson motorcycles, they buy Honda motorcycles, they buy Suzuki's. You know, there is competition. That's all right. It's a big market. Railtown's there first, best in class. And for Railtown to compete with the competition, to me, the best thing is to be bought out because of all the capital and developer power that'll come in. On the other hand, if they want to be a unicorn like a NVIDIA or a, I don't know, some other company like Instagram or something that wins on their own and then gets bought out, they might go down that path. But I think someone is going to buy them rather than develop their own project because it's an arms race. There's not time. It's not so much money. There's not time, nor is there the talent to build a competing product, which goes back to why it's so important that the attorneys do a good job. So you can't force a trade. Original Planksta. 57,645. That's a great number. That's a great number. That's an awesome number. I'm yellows. I like your dog. He needs a hug, but he would never allow anybody to hug him just out of the blue. But that's what he needs. Bill Miko, no, Jack, I'm not in a bad mood, but I'm smart enough to realize that some other company like Microsoft might be developing their own software similar to Rail. Bill is blinded by his own conviction. You're full of shit, Bill. You're just trying to create another point of fear. So I'm going to play it for you because I don't want you, because the thing that works in Bill's advantage, if it's something personal between Bill and Bill, you guys aren't going to listen. So he knows how to create fear, uncertainty, and doubt. But I want to show you guys something. And I'll let the man speak himself. I may try to stop it. And Bill might be smart enough to contradict Corey Brandolini, which he might be. I mean, Bill's one smart guy. He sold his company for two or $2.5 million. Now he's getting ready to sell it again. It's like Rodney Dangerfield said about women of the night. They got something, they sell it, they still have it. What a business. All right, let me just see if I can find this bloody thing. I played this to you last week when I went live, and then it turns out I wasn't live because I'm an idiot.
Hello, and welcome to Virtual Investor Conferences. My name is Matt Lateplo, and on behalf of OTC Markets, we're very pleased you have joined us for our next live presentation from Railtown AI Technologies, Inc. Please note you can submit questions in the box to the left of the slides. You can also view a company's availability for one-on-one meetings through the Schedule Meetings tab found on the conference platform. At this point, I'm very pleased to welcome Corey Brandolini, CEO, co-founder, and director of Railtown AI Technologies, Inc., which trades on the OTC markets under the symbol RLAIF and on the CSC under the symbol RAIL. Welcome, Corey.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you everybody for joining in to hear about Railtown. It's a little early here on the West Coast, so this is the earliest presentation I've ever given, so please bear with me.
This is a year and a half ago.
I'd like to say that what we do at Railtown and walk you through some slides, and hopefully if there's any Q&A, we'll dive in there as well. So Railtown, we're building at Railtown what we call application general intelligence for software development. And that might be a lot to chew off and understand very quickly, but as we move through the slides, it'll begin to make sense for everybody. So a couple of early points right out of the get-go. At Railtown, you have a large team of senior technology leaders. We've built many large, scalable and enterprise solutions over the years. We also have a strong team in capital markets experience. 100% of our intellectual property was built and developed in the West Coast here in Canada. And it's 100% our own intellectual property. We have multiple provisional patents around our AI, and we've been training our machine for multiple years as well. We have a very large expanding vertical market that we apply our AI to, and we have a large beta testing community that works with Railtown. Our application has no barrier to entry, and as I explained through the slides, they'll begin to make sense to you. We've also, because we started this process in building Railtown 3.5, 4 years ago, started to train our AI, it's given us what we consider a first mover advantage into our space. We've also are a certified Microsoft partner.
So let's hear a few of those things. A year and a half ago, they started 4 years ago. Self-learning. We consider ourselves a first mover in our space. Why would Microsoft spend the time more and the brain power? They just buy them, number one. He also said we're a Microsoft partner. A year and a half ago. I forget the other thing he said here. He said, he said they have a large beta testing universe. You just heard him say it. Large beta testing universe. I'm not making it up. I'm not blinded by my own conviction.
We worked with Microsoft in the early days as we started to build and deploy our AI, and we've continued that relationship. We've also
let's hear that again.
AI has given us what we consider a first mover advantage into our space. We've also are a certified Microsoft partner. We worked with Microsoft in the early days as we started to build and deploy our AI, and we've continued that relationship. We've also
okay, let's hear that. Let's parse that. We've started to work early on with Microsoft as we built and deployed our product. What do you think that means? Of course, Bill's not capable of thinking beyond his personal animosity against me for some reason. But what do you think that means? I think it means before we got started, or as we got started, we called up Microsoft and said, hey, dude, or hey, chick, maybe they got Cheryl. If we develop this, will you work with us? Sure. What does that mean? It means Microsoft didn't have a competing product, and Microsoft didn't create it. Microsoft has been working with Railtown since inception. So I'm not blinded by conviction. I'm just not benumbed by stupid points of view. I'm taking the evidence that's here. All right, let's keep going.
To what's called Microsoft Co-Sell.
Let's start this again without my interruption.
Welcome to Virtual Investor Conferences. My name is Matt Lateplo, and on behalf of OTC Markets, we're very pleased you have joined us for our next live presentation from Railtown AI Technologies, Inc. Please note you can submit questions in the box to the left of the slides. You can also view a company's availability for one-on-one meetings through the Schedule Meetings tab found on the conference platform. At this point, I'm very pleased to welcome Corey Brandolini, CEO, co-founder, and director of Railtown AI Technologies, Inc., which trades on the OTC markets under the symbol RLAIF and on the CSC under the symbol RAIL. Welcome, Corey.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you everybody for joining in to hear about Railtown. It's a little early here on the West Coast, so this is the earliest presentation I've ever given, so please bear with me. So first of all, I'd like to say that what we do at Railtown and walk you through some slides, and hopefully if there's any Q&A, we'll dive in there as well. So Railtown, we're building at Railtown what we call application general intelligence for software development. And that might be a lot to chew off and understand very quickly, but as we move through the slides, it'll begin to make sense for everybody. So a couple of early points right out of the get-go. At Railtown, you have a large team of senior technology leaders. We've built many large, scalable and enterprise solutions over the years. We also have a strong team in capital markets experience. 100% of our intellectual property was built and developed in the West Coast here in Canada. And it's 100% our own intellectual property. We have multiple provisional patents around our AI, and we've been training our machine for multiple years as well. We have a very large expanding vertical market that we apply our AI to, and we have a large beta testing community that works with Railtown. Our application has no barrier to entry, and as I explained through the slides, they'll begin to make sense to you. We've also, because we started this process in building Railtown 3.5, 4 years ago, started to train our AI, it's given us what we consider a first mover advantage into our space. We've also are a certified Microsoft partner. We worked with Microsoft in the early days as we started to build and deploy our AI, and we've continued that relationship. We've also graduated to what's called Microsoft co-sell status, which allows Microsoft enterprise sales to sell our solution. We've also established a large Microsoft enterprise partner to act as our enterprise solution provider on the sales side. And we have battle tested solutions now as we're going to commercialization. This is a high margin SaaS solution business that we're in. And as Matt said in the beginning, we're listed on the CSE under the symbol RAIL, and we have just recently filed and begin to trade on the OTC. So what are we doing at Railtown? So we're developing what we call application general intelligence for software developer agents. Software developer agents have been purposely built to do a multitude of tasks that will assist and to eliminate repetitive tasks that to improve software development, increase productivity, drive down inefficiency, improve product quality, lower costs, and accelerate your engineering team and the team velocity. In the world of software, there's a ton of mundane tasks that are repetitive over and over again that are handled by manpower. Our vision at Railtown was to build an AI assistant, or an agent, as we say, that will pick up and execute a lot of these tasks on behalf of the developer, so that the engineer can spend time on productivity and developing new applications. As I said in the beginning, we're a Microsoft partner, and we have the same philosophy along with Microsoft as how they're applying artificial intelligence as a tool, as an agent, as an assistant for very specific tasks. And as you may or may not know, Microsoft is very heavily involved in that, applying artificial intelligence to their workflows like Microsoft Office, as well as their product GitHub and their GitHub Copilot product. So we're obviously big believers in the same ideology as Microsoft and how we're deploying our software, our AI, to a very specific vertical marketplace. As I said, we agree with Bill and Satya on how AI should be applied, and we're applying our same model and methodologies the way Microsoft does as well. We're fully integrated with all of Microsoft solutions, so anybody that is using a Microsoft tool in development of AI or development of software, they can apply our application directly into their tool stream. So it's an easy onboarding for our application with customers that are using Microsoft services already. So why is AI important for software development? As I mentioned at the beginning, software development is a complex process of building and deploying software and maintaining software. And about 40% of your engineering time is spent dealing with issues that arise in the application while it's running, as well as issues that arise every time you deploy a new piece of software to your application. And that number averages out around 40% of your software resources, your developer resource, is spent debugging and dealing with the technical debt that arises in the application. So for example, if you're using a Zoom stream or any application, you will have a team of developers that are working in the background to make sure that software application doesn't crash in real time, or that a bug arises in real time that causes something catastrophic like an email leak or a credit card exposure. So today, human beings are handling those tasks. There's multiple tools that help notify you about what's going on in your application, but still there's a manpower element that developers have to dive into in order to fix this issue and deal with it in real time. This is where we come into the world of AI as it applies to software development and management. And we started to build our AI to pick up that workload that handles all those issues, so human beings can stay forward on developing product while your AI agent will go up, recognize the issues, call them out, and in cases, if you choose to do, have your AI fix these issues for you. On the right-hand side, there was a research, as I talked to see, the 85 billion in GDP lost from bad code and developer time spent fixing it. It's a significant number, and that was a report written by Stripe Payment Capture, and they'd recognize this issue themselves. So this is a really, really big marketplace for us and where we apply our AI. So as I said in the beginning, we've calculated, and as most other companies we've spoken to, the number is pretty consistent. So about 40% of your engineering productivity loss is dealing with these issues that arise that I was mentioning: problem solving, debugging, repetitive tasks, retesting your fixes, and dealing with the technical that arises. So we built our AI to tackle that main problem that happens to every development team. And our 3 core agents, as we call them, specifically deal with this. We have what's called an AI agent, an AI assistant, that you can communicate and act humanistically between your developer and your application. So you're communicating with your application almost like it's a coworker and a partner, and the AI will speak to you about how it's feeling and how it's managing, what it's recognizing, and what's happening in the application, where it's happening in the application. And then our root cause analysis agent will suss out these issues before they arise at the end user level, and will call out the problem, and will even suggest a fix on how this issue is to be dealt with before the application happens. Something bad happens within the application. And this is really groundbreaking stuff, and we're really excited as this is rolling out, and our customers are getting great response from it as well. Also, our AI will communicate, and we talk about progress reports. It'll speak to you back as your application is running real time, and tell you in very descriptive language how it's managing and how it's running. So this is something that, again, we started developing 3.5, 4 years ago, when we started to train our machine to get it to the point where anybody's software application now becomes a partner in your deployment and building of your software. So as I said, that one of the main pieces of our application is our AI assistant, and this is a chat interface that has an agent in it that will actually talk back to you as any questions you may have about how your application is running, and it'll respond to you and it'll bring up things that it has seen in the application, and even suggest where the fix needs to be happening. And then you can ask the system to run that fix and make that change on behalf of the application. So again, really, really groundbreaking stuff, and we've just seen some phenomenal numbers from our customers. In many cases, our customers are saying they're saving about 8 hours per dev per week in the early days of them running the application. So the results have been fantastic. So for example, from the AI assistant interface, this is what it looks like to the customer. You can ask it anything that the application is showing you, and the system will give you an answer, talk to you, let you know something about the application. And in this piece of this interface of the AI, you can ask it to create something, do something, or actually write the fix for you, and go back there and make the changes on behalf of the engineer. So really, really exciting how this is rolling out for our customers. One of the other main things that we did in the early days was trained our machine to understand what something as simple as a software bug was. So it could recognize what language the bug was in, understand how it's affecting the application, where in the application this bug is arising, and specifically will point to where the code change in the application that's causing this error to arise, and therefore eliminating a long investigative period for a developer have to go through the process to try and understand what this bug is and what it's causing, what potential damage it's causing. And the other thing too that our system does, and our root cause analysis agent does, it will recognize an error that's about to happen previously for it to hit the end user. And this is really important, because as it does so, it catches the error before it causes anything catastrophic. And you may have experienced yourselves using software where something's happened where the application crashes, or even things that can be even more catastrophic, where a software bug will inevitably cause something as bad as credit card exposures or anything along those lines that can be very damaging to not only the end user, but to the product's brand as well. So having this agent running for you in the background at the application will save anything that could happen along the way that could cause the software to crash, or anything catastrophic to cause serious financial damages to the company. And then thirdly, that the AI is there's a machine language, there's build language, a software language, and this is very much software for engineers to read and understand. What our AI does as well is it translates everything in software language into plain English, so every single stakeholder in the company can interact with the AI in order to understand what's going on with their application. It could be anybody from the marketing team, the sales teams, the senior management. Every stakeholder in the application will now be able to communicate directly to the application so they can understand what's going on with their dev team, how their productivity is looking. Are we increasing our velocity this month? Is our engineers producing more product? So the one thing that we wanted to make sure that our AI did was provide value to every single stakeholder in the software company, from the most junior engineers all the way up to the CFO and CEO as well. So really, again, a unique function that we built into our system. How do we do it? So I think this is important as we get to understanding what separates Railtown from what you may have seen or heard around the internet today. Obviously, many people have had a chance to play with things like ChatGPT or Bard, two wonderful services that they're large language models. You may have heard that term, and these are AIs that have been trained on the wider web, if you will, everything that's available on the internet. Companies like ChatGPT and Google have trained their large language model on that. So when you ask the questions, it's scouring around Wikipedia, if you will, and thinking about a humanistic way of responding to that. What we've done at Railtown is different. Our machine is trained on what we call targeted language, meaning everybody's own individual software application becomes its own language model, if you will. So if somebody has a mobile app that they built to sell organic candy online, their data and their intellectual machine data behind their application is the LLM, if you will, and where our AI is training on that in real time. So it's very specific to each individual company's own application. So this is data that is not available anywhere else that any other machine or LLM have access to. So we started this in the very beginning because we wanted to build this for ourselves so we could train our own machine on our own very specific data sets. And this is why we call this application general intelligence. So our machine knows the entire totality of everybody's application from its data sources. So it's a very unique model, and also that data is protected and not available anywhere else on the internet for other applications to have access to train on. So this is how, and our customers really like this too, because this also gives their data a separation, and it doesn't bleed into other sources or other machines. So it's very, very protected and walled off data that their own AI now is training on top of. I'll break that down a little bit more. So in software development, there are three main sources of data, and they're all different types of disparate type data. And the three sources are ticket data, which is the blueprint of what you're trying to build. And so if somebody's creating a ticket or a work item, it'll be the knowledge about what a task has been assigned to a developer, i.e. we need you to build this, and here's the architecture and the plan of the knowledge of what you're trying to build. So behind the ticket, there's an immense amount of data as what each software engineer is building. The next thing is, after that developer has taken on that ticket and completed his task, he's deployed that build to a server. And so once that build hits a server, that's the second layer that our AI starts learning and training from, is how that build is functioning on that server and as it's connected to the application that's running in real time. So it's training on two different sources of data to come up with an understanding and learn from how the application is running and functioning. And finally, it trains on what's called log data or observability data, meaning how the application is going on at the production level, is how everybody's interacting with the service. And from those three different sources of data, the AI has a deep understanding of what each software application is doing and how it's supposed to be functioning. So it understands from the knowledge level of what you were trying to build, how it's being deployed and how it's functioning at the server level, and then what's happening at the end user level through the logging data or the observability data. And so from there, the AI has to think very quickly and learn very quickly as to how your application is supposed to run and how it's run and how each developer is working within that application in order. So a very unique model and what we've built here at Railtown. Very quickly noted here at the bottom, I thought this calls out people. Important to note is there was a report written by Goldman Sachs how they feel AI and generative AI is going to affect the global GDP over the next dozen years. Significant numbers as we're seeing the growth, and we'll show some examples here. A couple of things to note here as we're clicking down here in time is how big is the marketplace for software developer tools? It's already a very, very big market. There is no bigger market in the world than software development. Software runs the world, as we all know. So this is a gigantic space with a large opportunity of growth and continued growth. As you see here, the global annual cost on software developer tools in 2020 was about $11 billion, looking to rise to about $21 billion in annual cost by 2025. What's unique about this is in the world of software development, every company will use maybe half a dozen different tools to build and maintain and deploy software. So it's a really big marketplace. On the other side, what you're seeing is the growth of software AI-aided tools that are going to be applied to different software markets. And one thing to note in this market, even though you'll be seeing, well, that looks like an additional cost on top of what's going on already on the left-hand column. This is true, but what we're recognizing and are seeing is the value that the AI is bringing to the company is proving that it's actually becoming a cost positive because of the productivity gains that AI is applying to that world. So even though you might be spending X amount of dollars per month on software tools and adding AI on top of it becomes another cost, what you're actually seeing is your productivity accelerate. And that's, again, what we set out to do here at Railtown is increase your productivity time. Therefore, you're getting that cost benefit that's saved by actually your productivity gains that the AI is providing. GitHub, a company you may or may not know of, they're a subsidiary of Microsoft. Again, is following up on that Goldman Sachs report. They've calculated that of the $7 trillion of GDP gain that AI is going to have on an effective productivity, therefore they see that about 1.5 trillion of that is going to be applied directly into the world of software tools, which is obviously where we live. Further to that, another note that I want to call out is Microsoft, a really great milestone for them on their GitHub Copilot, which is an AI tool that helps you write code at a quicker, faster, and complete your code to build at a much quicker level. They've now passed 1 million paying customers on that are using their Microsoft tool. This is really exciting for us because this is now proof in the pudding that people on a day-to-day use will pay for the value of AI at the singular level, actually right down to the one developer. So again, seeing productivity gains just at the code writing level, allowing you to write code faster, if you will, we're already seeing now a massive uptake in the consumer level of using that product. Railtown, as I said in the beginning, fully integrates with all of Microsoft developer suite of services. So it's a really easy add-on for our customers. A couple of quick comps here. I know I'm running out of time here. Obviously, what Microsoft tool sets are and where we fit, I suspect you have access to this deck. We've actually looked at Railtown very differently than Microsoft as we've been partnered with them in the early days. If you were to think of GitHub's Copilot tool in a worldly comparative, you would think of software, a tool helping you write software is like helping somebody write music. And that would be the artist, and Railtown would act as the conductor of the orchestra, if you will, is how the application or how the song is being played, if you will. So it's a great complement for the writer, and then how the actual application needs to be running and how it's running properly and how it runs properly while people are adding more software to the application in real time. So we've carved out a very specific market space that's a complement to that world. And as I said in the very beginning of the presentation, we have a large team of software enterprise experts. We've been building and maintaining and running software for many, many years, both on the AI side and on the big application side. And we're really excited about where we are and how we've grown over the past 3.5 years. As I said in the beginning, the first part of our journey was building our machine and training our machine. It takes time for your AI to get to what we consider fully optimized, that a customer will pay for that and get the benefit for it, and it'll deliver the results that they're looking for. So just this last late summer, we started to go commercial in a very a beta level of bringing our customers in that are lining up to get into the application. And as we march out to our next couple of quarters, we'll be opening up our application on a fully broad level. Yeah, really exciting times for us right now. There's just a quick snapshot of the cap table, as we said in the very, very beginning, fully trading on the Canadian Stock Exchange, CSE, as now we've filed and we've been approved now to start trading on the OTC, with our symbol being RTAI and F for foreign. So that's it. It's about 23 minutes. I know that might be a lot to chew. I would like to make also note that I'm available for one-on-ones, as the OTC has provided that service for everybody here. So yeah, happy to do one-on-ones and actually give live presentations as well of the AI. I know we don't have time to do that on a conference like this, but we'll happily take meetings, and if anybody would like to see the application running in real time, we're happy to show. So I'll just dive into some questions here. So let's have a look here.
I'm just going to leave off the questions. That's Railtown. So Bill, I'm going to take your 40,000 shares off my count. I don't believe you own any stock. and you're just here so that you'll, when it goes up, you'll sell. You're just trying. Anyway, I'm going to take your 50. I'm going to take your 40,000 off my account. I don't believe you own it. I'm not going to delete you, so you can still comment, but I just don't believe you own Railtown. You're too negative on Railtown to actually own the stock. Bill Meeko, just my opinion. We'll see who's correct in the near future. Well, it's not you. It's not you. Of course, no one has control over when they release news. Eddie Rawlings, I understand your reasoning, but I believe you're wrong. They aren't developing a product that they can acquire. If Rail's product is that good, they won't spend the money. Yeah, I think this is a different presentation than the one I played last week, but it says basically the same things. I think it's clear from that presentation that Corey Brandolini worked closely with Microsoft at the beginning. I've seen this. Bill Meeko, if he is who he says he is, runs a successful business, Harley Davidson business. And I'm just a stock guy, I guess. But I've seen this in many, many industries, particularly in oil and gas, but I've seen it in other industries too. Once you prove up your product, the big boys buy you. And the question always is, well, why doesn't the big boy just create it themselves? Why don't they, or the big girl, why don't they just do it themselves? Why do they buy? Why do they pay such a high price? It's all the things we've discussed. It's timing. They want to leap into the market. They too want to be first to the market. There is competition. And so they want to go claim it. And they want the revenues. And they'll pay up for it. They usually just use stock anyway. Doesn't really change anything. It's not cash. It's not debt. It's stock. So I think they already talked with Microsoft. He said it many times here. So I would imagine Microsoft could have, if they really wanted to develop this project, this type of product, they could have started 4 or 5 years ago, just like Railtown. It's just not how they do it. So Bill Meeko can say that I'm full of crap, which I guess we all are depending on the time of day. I agree with you, Eddie. Jack Hamilton, fair enough, Bill Lamb, but the information supplied leans toward Railtown positivity. I agree with that. Bill Miko says, I only have 40,000 shares, so I'm a small fish in this group. But I'm trying to look at how the situation with blinders, without blinders on. I think you have blinders on. I think you intentionally don't look at the broader picture, but hey, it's all definitional. I'm going to take your 40,000. I don't believe you own 40,000. Bill, just so you keep the info, I sold my dealership of 31 years for 12.8 million, and okay, and now own a motorcycle garage. Okay. You clarified it. I thought you had sold it, and then you would you're selling it again. Well, you're good at that. It's awfully damn good. Congratulations. You should understand that you're in a different position than many people here. You don't need this trade to work out. And it's a bad place to be that people need the trade to work out, I know. But I'm not blinded by what I'm saying. I'm nearly blinded with boredom saying the same thing over and over again. But that doesn't change the facts. I like that you clarified that because it was pretty confusing. I thought you just had sold it before, but that's great. I don't think I can see why you dabble in the market. You're not dependent on it. So that's great. It's actually great. The global motorcycle market was valued at approximately 71.92 billion in 2024 and is projected to grow to around 119 billion by 2032. The motorcycle market in the United States is growing by 2.26%, resulting in a market volume of 7.76 billion in 2029. There's motorbikes, scooters, and mopeds, and electric. Leading players in the U.S. motorcycle market: Harley-Davidson, Honda Motor, Kawasaki, Polaris, and Yamaha. No Suzuki? Which companies are prominent players in the U.S. motorcycle? I already read that. The U.S. motorcycle market was valued at $10.48 billion in 2024. Here's another report that it's projected to reach $7 billion in 2025. Honda is expected to have the largest market share. In the United States, Honda Motorcycles is expected to hold the highest market share in 2025 with 20.5%. From an international perspective, India is projected to generate the highest revenue in the motorcycle market, $36 billion. The United States is experiencing a rising trend in demand for electric motorcycles. Key trend is electric motorcycles. Global comparison, they don't show it. India's first, China, Thailand, Indonesia, Brazil. But they don't show the amounts. Maybe if I punch that button, they will. Yeah, no, you got to pay. And how you pay. All right, it's 5 o'clock. I guess I'll go. Ward Richardson. I would highly recommend you use AI to research Bill Miko. I'm sure you'll find it amusing. I sure did. All right, let's play out this string. Bill Miko says, why AI search? Google search my name, Bill Miko. I'm a public figure with nothing to hide. Ward Richardson. Google will not put the truth out, but AI will, Bill Miko, Ward says. Bill Miko, I doubt I come up on an AI search. Ward Richardson, Bill, I'm on to you. It's time to move on. Your show is over. Ward Richardson, remember the gong show? You need a toad gong in your studio. Well, you know what, Ward? I'm going to take your word for it. And he's gone. I'd like to hear, I probably won't AI him, but he's gone. I only think he's here to cause doubt, and I don't want people having doubt. On the other hand, I can be wrong, but on the other hand, if there's a reason I see doubt, I'll tell you. I just don't see it yet. I've tried to express early on in this presentation all the negativity that I could think of that has been shared with me. And I'm not saying it's wrong either. I'm just saying, I guess what I'm saying, and maybe I'm being overly Pollyannish. I don't think so, though. I think some of it's understandable, and I'm willing to uh, make it clear that I still think the way ahead for Railtown is focus on revenue, build that revenue book. I don't know, so that you can project 150, 200, 250 million, sell the company. That's what I think's coming. And I think it could happen very quickly. And I think people who get caught up in, I could be wrong on that. Look, when you predict time, you're going to be wrong. When you predict upside, you're going to be wrong. Predicting is a tough business, but that's my theory. And these people that come on here, they want you to be hot money. They want you in your emotions. They want you scared. And the thing is, they have computers that don't have emotions. They just sell, sell, sell. And they've corrupted the whole thing. Corrupted the whole thing. That guy I sat with from Legg Mason, I was trying to ask him about fighting shorts, and he said, well, you know, I'd find something else to do with your life. I also said, well, how are companies supposed to raise money when they're, said, well, it depends if they're well run. Do they tell their story well? Are they executing their plan? But he said, it's also the industry they're in. Nowadays, the place to be, I'm paraphrasing, is AI. And he's an older guy. But he, you know, his connections are incredible. The Orioles are looking for an impact hitter. I don't know anyone that hits impacts. Uh-oh, Donald Trump tears down part of the White House. Ruh-roh. The Daily Hate says, wow, it's big. This internet breakdown's big. It was shortly after 8 a.m. in London when the British government's websites began to flicker and fade. Most of America was asleep, but a few night owls on the East Coast found their Disney streaming devices stall. Those calling lifts to get home from a Sunday night party were struggling. Routine activities were grinding to a halt. As the eastern United States awoke, the scale of the problem became clear. United Airlines and Delta found their passengers could not use online services. Commuters accustomed to scanning the New York Times morning newsletter went without. Snapchatters fell. That was probably the most educated commute they ever had. Snapchatters fell silent. Reddit forums were hushed. 1/3 of all online users worldwide interact with Amazon Web Services daily, according to Deep Field Networks. Companies ranging from Venmo to Reddit to Ring all rely on AWS. And on Monday morning, the system was down, crashing a significant portion of the internet. The fact that such an outage could happen at all is surprising, said cybersecurity expert James Knight, senior principal at Digital Warfare, which helps companies identify and shore up online vulnerabilities. I bet Railtown could fix it. they're not going to fix it all. There will be competition. It is also a troubling indicator of a new brand of chouse from which none of us are immune. It's surprising that one thing affected their network, because usually there's backup and redundant systems all running at the same time. One particular system going down is very, very surprising. Why stop at 2? Why not add a 3? Knight admitted he was puzzled by the outage, which he noted will have cost Amazon hundreds of millions of dollars. It began at 3:11 a.m. All right, that's enough. I lost it anyway. Let's see how it closed. 44. G-Bucks 1868. Finger is up in the after hours, 157.92. GDC's up a penny at 455. I'm going to sign off because a long day. I appreciate everybody listening. I'm very excited, even though it doesn't seem it. I'm very excited for Railtown. And I'm doing my best to keep the emphasis on buying, holding, and adding, and not listening to these boo birds. At the same time, I'm a little worn out by the delays. I have to admit that. But the delays do not mean there's a problem. And it doesn't mean that somehow the information out there that's public is misleading. So anyway, I wish everyone well. It's 5 o'clock. We'll talk tomorrow. Peace.